Okay. But you do. Okay. Here we go. Did I claim the thing? I feel like I clicked and then it didn't claim it. Oh, I didn't click on the actual claim button. I just clicked into to try to get there from the window I was in. I was setting up the Duskmourn Scryfall stuff, and then I clicked onto Arena and it just went away. I hope I actually got the packs. Let's go see if we have an Amonkhet pack. I'm sad to miss out on that draft. Oh yeah, we have 14 of them. Okay. I don't know what we had or what whether we got one there, but let's try and finish the drafts that I have open. Oh yeah, we tried to force otters and did not work. Okay. I remember this. This was miserable. Okay. Right. So we're just splashing for a Mockingbird. With Hidden Grotto and 2 islands. Do I need to do that? Is that something I'm supposed to do? That was a misery. I gotta go chew D4 out at some point. Be like, it's always open. It's always fine to force it. Alright. I'm not bitter at all. Okay. It's not gonna work with the rats. Okay. Yeah, I don't think the Mockingbird is really worth doing here, so I think we're just gonna... Oof, this deck. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. That's enough to run the Tempest Angler. Don't think, though, I'm supposed to. Hmm. This one's a thing. We want to get to 6 lands here for our 2 Wix Patrol, so I'm gonna run the full 17. I like the Raider and Lizard decks. This isn't really a Lizard deck. It's sort of a Lizard deck. Is my tea drinkable yet? Ginger beer it is. Still a little too hot on that tea. This doesn't do squirrels, so the bone binds are not really that great, but... And nor are the rats, of course. This and this, but eh. It's fine. We can try and use the Hidden Grotto to use the wick on the snail. We don't have that many rats either, so... It's just these 2 in addition to that, so... Still fine as 2 bodies. I believe. The captain only really triggers this, but it is something that could make the Starlit Soothsayer more of a threat. I could cut the... I like the duo plus Flame Caller plus Mentor combo, so I think I kind of want to keep that, but the Bramble Guard could go. Maybe one Wix Patrol? Nah. Yeah, no, we definitely want something that mills. Even if it's late, that's fine. I think the Dire Sight is still good enough. Maybe we cut the Scales? Meh. Alright, I'm gonna cut the Bramble Guard for now. I think. I have to cut something, so... I guess this. Hey, Phoenix! Well, I'm just getting into it. Hi, Lyrazelle! Good afternoon! Just getting into this here. Trying to get it done before I'll just run 41 cards. I don't care. Alright, wait, how many... I have double black on 2, 3, and 5, and 6. No double red, so maybe I want to go 7 red sources, 9... I mean, this is technically, 9, 9. I think I probably want to go one more black source, one fewer this, and go, hey, hero! Alright, let's go. Okay, that's probably mixed in pretty well. Carefully turn it straight up. Alright. Try not to lose my earbud. Hi, Mohican! How you doing? Alright. Where is my... There it is. Alright, here we go. one of our last Bloomborough drafts. When does this go away? When does this actually go away? Because I don't have to play this if it isn't actually... I could just do the first look, start the first look. If this isn't going away. Blech. Lock. Aw. Fine. Not gonna give them the gift of the treasure. Oh boy, hi. Bye-bye, early winter. I gotta block in scales. That's so dangerous. I probably want to keep the Mentor. If they target it with a damage base removal, I'd still want to keep the scales up, even if I don't gain any life from that. Your back is being a turd? I hear you. I am in the market for a new one myself. No! Jesus Christ. so many land. All right, but not enough to do that. Amazonian, welcome, welcome. Hey, hey, hey. My lizard's hurting me. All right. I really wanted anything that I could actually play. This is fun. I think we're just gonna play the grotto then. That's fine. And then I think we level this up. And then end the turn, because I still want to keep my mentor, because I need to draw out of this massive amount of lands. Next turn I can play the Wix Patrol and hope to kill something. Yay! Hopefully I'm not dead here. Hey, Griddle! So welcome, Raiders. We are just in the middle of trying to finish this thing. I think, I don't know when the Bloomburrow stuff actually goes away. I might just go into the, hey, Vinny! I might just go into, like, the first look soon. We'll see. Okay, so I have an option of, like, okay, they might have indestructible, but Wix gets around that if the +2/+2 would be 5. So how many things do I have that 5? Just the Coiling Rebirth, the Glide Dive duo. Let me think. I can't feed the cycle if I scales without playing another land. Huh. That's very interesting. Cruel Claws Heist. I can't I don't think I can cast. I think I have to do the Wix Patrol this turn. It's so interesting though. It's such an interesting possibility. Oh, they didn't have anything. I guess I should have targeted that. All right. All right, so we're not dead here. I don't know if anything gives double strike. War Squeak, sure. Hey, Claymore! All right. Yeah, Mentor's not blocking. I gotcha. All right, now they definitely don't have anything up for this, so we are going to kill the heck out of that, I think. Harnesser, blah, blah, blah. Okay, okay, do I want to scales anything here? I don't think so. Well, no, actually I do. If they have a hasty... Yeah, okay, I think I can just play Bonebind, though. Because if they have, like, a boar is the thing. I'm gonna be seeing some more cards after this. Then they would go to 2. That's really interesting. I think I like scalesing. $16 cards and 5 lands left. Alright. A rabbit. Ooh. Alright. A Wrath would not be the worst because we do have a Bonebind in the graveyard. That's a good mythic. Can I wick and sack the snail? Interesting. Fiona, thank you so much for the tier 1. Hypes to you. Thank you so much for your support of the stream. Alright. Alright, so let's go charge? Do I go charge? Is Zendikar's back? That's interesting. If I go charge, flame color gets blocked here, this gets blocked here, this gets blocked here. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Anyway, so what I was likely going to do here is, okay, so there is there's options here. I can Bonebind back the, like, on their end of step, I could Bonebind back something if I want. None of that's really terribly appealing right here. I could also here just level this up to the final thing, and I could sack 1, 2, 3, for example, to get back something in here. Again, that's just not that great. I can just play out the other order, and sacrifice a food if I really want to. I don't think there's a way they come back from this without a Wrath, and even if they do, we do have this, you know, a couple Bonebinds and things to do, so it's not so bad. Oh, incoming ad break. Thank you so much for sitting through it. I really appreciate it. If you don't want to sit through it, there are plenty of other amazing streamers on right now who you can go visit. If you happen to want to keep this stream open in another window, that's super sweet. The ads really support the stream, so thank you so much for sitting through them. If you would like to subscribe, it is free via Amazon if you have an Amazon Prime account. And then there's the normal way to subscribe as well. Yay! So, but yeah, so I try to do as few ads as possible, but they are coming up 20 seconds. So thank you so much. All right, so we got there. I think let's see. We were very lucky that we had the Blooming Blast for the first 3 too. Okay, so do we know when Bloomborough goes away? Does anybody know? Griddle's been found out. When DSK drops next week? Okay. So I've got time for this. So we can go into the... Do I have any, like, special limit events going... Zendikar Rising? Do I want to go into the... 6 days? Okay, so I've got time. So yeah, we have... Tomorrow we have the early access streamer event. Which should be super fun. At 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. sorry, Pacific. Okay, so I can play what I want, or we can start the limited first look. It's up to you all. Let me do a poll. All right, the poll should be up. Let me know what you think. Refresh the chat if you don't see it, and we'll go from there. While we're waiting, I will for the poll to go. I will open some packs. Season of the Burrow, nice. A lot of packs. Okay. All right, now let's open some LCI. Why do we have LCI packs? Is that like the... Must have been the Mastery Pass. You could take Council of Echoes. I'd be tempted to take the stupid Wanderglyph here. Lattice is fine, not great. I think these two are the better ones. That's the thing. The pack is bad. Hi, cat. All right. This pack is also bad. You could take a Bristleback or a Market. No, I don't like any of this. All right, moving along. Hopefully our Phyrexia all will be one pack is better. All right. Yeah, Scrap Gorger's pretty good. Think I would do that over Viral Spawning and Hazardous Blast. Nice. Dunmenaria United. Lightning Strike here over Bite Down. Both D's. This can go in some decks very well, and so can the Tori, but the Tori is so easily killable, especially since Lightning Strike is in the format. The Boros deck was decent, though. It did go wide there. Y'all tied. All right. So it limited and draft got the same amount of votes there. Does anybody have a preference that wants to break the tie? The limited first look is for Duskmourn. We're just gonna take... I've not seen any of it. The review? Okay. So Mathalion says review. We'll do the review then. We'll start that. Because I haven't seen it and I want to do the things. Let's just take up the shield here. Jesus. All right. So, 14 Amonkhet packs. Let's open 10 of those. Okay. Anger of the Gods. That's a Theros card. I don't know what it's doing here. Hour of Promise. I know they remastered and added crazy cards to this. Drakehaven was so much fun. Both of these cards were so much fun to build around. You could get them early. Didn't really like this one. Temet was fun. Stupid card. Excavator's great in Commander. Shatterstorm was put into this? Interesting. And Fetid Pools. Okay. Edifice was good. This overperformed, in my opinion. Vile Manifestation was really fun. That's the cycling deck was super sweet. Struggle to Survive was pretty good. Unconventional Tactics in the zombie deck was so sweet. Vizier blew me out this time in one of the drafts we did. Entirely responsible for the shift in the game. All right. Trial of Ambition and Cartouche of Knowledge both in here. Kefnet is a trap, usually. In Limited. I don't think I would take it here over Trial of Ambition. Before I look at the rare... Could take Hashep. Yeah, probably that. I'll take Torment of Hailfire. That card wins games. As long as they go long enough. Depends on how fast. Trial of Strength here. Nope. Drakehaven, build it around it. It's so good! So good! Alright, that's our packs. Alright, so let's do this. Let's start this, this limited first look, because that seems to be what people are most in favor of. So what we're doing here is we're looking at Duskmourn, the horror set. The horror. And this is my first time seeing pretty much all of these cards, except any ones that were really promoted on Twitter or by somebody. So basically, if somebody said, oh my god, this card is crazy, I might have seen it. Which usually means rares and mythics. And what we're going to be doing, this is sorted into by color, but it's only the commons and uncommons, because that's what you'll see most of in Limited. And these days, rares are often so powerful that you are going to just take them when you see them. Evaluating which rare is better than another rare is useful, because they're play boosters, and so you might have many rares and mythics, and that is more valuable now than it used to be. So we will get to the rares and mythics at some point, but we'll start with the ones that you're more likely to see. So, and that we are more likely to see tomorrow when we draft this in the early access streamer event. I'm going to take a sip of tea. All right, here we go. Okay. If you know what this references, what a particular card references, please let me know. Can Audric Lunarch Marshall pass along keywords creatures only have thanks to an equipment? The equipment, I believe, gives the creature that ability. And I think that means that the creature has that ability, that it can, therefore, if you have a creature that's been given first strike by an equipment, the creature has first strike. So I believe Audric will see that. but I'm not a judge at all. Okay. So, every teen horror movie ever acrobatic cheerleader, yeah. I think it's Buffy. I feel like this is Buffy. I feel like this is referencing Buffy, and I know Buffy is not technically a horror film, but they've done some other stuff as well. I don't know, maybe not. But yes, if you know what a horror film or franchise a card represents, shout it out. Let me know. Buffy was a movie at one point. Yes, it was. It was less famous as a movie, and it was a TV show as well later. No, it was originally the movie. I saw the movie when I was little. It scared the crap out of me because I was 7 years old. And I didn't like the one where the instance where the vampire was going around with red eyes, shining red eyes on the merry-go-round. That did not make me happy. I was at a friend's house and they showed that movie and I was like, and we had no idea what was going on. It was like, it was not fair. But so I didn't like that. That was a scary part for me. But the part that killed me was the part where the friend shows up at the apartment. And it's like, I'm hungry, let me in. And then you realize that the friend is at the second story window. So, I was out after that, I believe. I was just like, I will peek through my fingers for the rest of this movie. But yes, anyway. Yeah, the original was a movie and then it became a TV show, which was far better. Okay. Acrobatic cheerleader, 2 mana 2/2, so it's a bear. At the beginning of your second main phase, if acrobatic cheerleader is tapped, put a flying counter on it. This ability triggers only once. Okay. So if this gets to attack or tap down for any other reason, I don't know if we have anything that will tap creatures down for abilities, like, for example, enlist. But if it gets attacked once, then it'll have flying basically forever after that, which is pretty cool, given that a lot of cards in the past, like the Fox, Flutter Fox, and things like that, which gained flying only when you played an artifact, those were pretty strong, so in limited. Again, power creep is a thing since Flutter Fox, which was thrown, so, like, take this with a grain of salt. There are a lot of tapping options, great. So it doesn't even need to attack, it could just tap down for something else. So that's pretty sweet. So, I do like it. It's a versatile little card. It's not a high pick, but it's certainly not, like, unplayable. So I would suggest that it's in the upper end of low. My tiers, I should do like a letter tier or something like that, but basically I have, you know, high, middle, and low of pick order, right? And then I'll tell you whether it's high, middle, or low of that pick. But yeah, so I should definitely do, you know, letter grades at some point, but this is just how I always think of it. So this is going to be on the upper end of the low picks. So that's my system. I'm sorry I don't have the letter grade system. But yeah. So it's like 9 tiers basically for me. Like, it's, you know, high, middle, low, and then high end of high, middle end of high, low end of high, and so on for middle and low. So I do apologize that it's not so official and it's like a little hand wavy. Okay. So yeah, this is gonna be, in my opinion, an upper end of low pick. Perfectly playable. You know, you might want a couple early on in your deck just to really get in there with flying. It does depend on a few things about pumping and so on and so forth. So, but yeah. Cult Healer, 3 mana 3/3 already. That's a fine stat in limited, but it also has whenever an enchantment you control enters and whenever you fully unlock a room, it gains lifelink until end of turn. it looks like I'm seeing 3 enchantment things here, not creatures, I don't know, but like 3 enchantments right down here, as well as the ethereal armor on the right. So I'm already seeing a lot of enchantments. So we are grading on a sort of curve. The curve is a card I might rate a card a certain way and then tell you, okay, well, if there are a lot of these or X, Y, or Z happening in the set, this will go up or down based on you know, the proportion of that. So for example, like I said, with the cheerleader goes up in value if there are a lot of things that tap down without having to attack. And this goes up in value, obviously, if there are a lot of enchantments or rooms, it looks like. Unlock to unlock. So it's already a 3/3 for 3, but it can gain lifelink until end of turn when you play an enchantment. It does look like we've got 4 enchantments right here. So it looks like there are quite a few enchantments. We'll see about rooms. Why are my eyes getting itchy? So yeah. Okay, I don't know what glimmers are, but okay. So, Cult Healer, here we have. I don't think that person looks like any healing is being done at this point, but yeah. What's this from? Does anybody know what this is a reference to? But anyway, yes. Okay, so this one I think I'm gonna rate on the same, about the same, on par with this. It will depend on the general, like 3/3 for 3s will just depend on the stats. It's spiritual healing. Yes, yes. Okay. So 3/3 for 3s will always depend, whether they're good will always depend on the sort of like the general stats in the and speed of the format. If it's a pretty fast format, often 3/3s for 3 will be what you need to be able to block the early aggression, and slow it down a little bit. So it depends. It'll also be something you want in your aggressive decks just because it's a decent stat for that. So, okay. Emerge from the Cocoon. 5 mana. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. You gain 3 life. Okay, so it's a reanimate spell for 5 mana at sorcery speed. The addition of gaining 3 life. This effect has been done for 5 mana before, but it's also been done for 4 mana because in revised, right? I think it was done for 4 mana. But anyway, 5 mana. It's been like Zombify was 4 mana, and like there's a white one in revised that was also 4 mana. So they've decided that the 5 seems to be where they want to be. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, so it's only your graveyard, which is interesting. Reanimate was 1 mana. That's different. We're not talking about that. I'm talking about something that doesn't hurt you. So this is just like the God, it was something with an R. Resurrection, I think, something like Resurrect. I'm going to look. Yeah, this one. So it's 4 mana, right? Sorcery speed, double white though. So 5 mana is a little bit pricey for this. If you have a bomb that you really want back, that's when I would take this card. Zombify effects tend to need to be 4, and even then they're not always great. Third edition is revised, 50 whole cents. But yeah. So Emerge from the Cocoon, I don't think is really a pick unless you have a bomb. The gain 3 life is interesting. I don't know how much life gain synergies we have. But if you have a bomb, I would I would take this that you really want back. I would take in white. I would take this, or in your other colors. But I think I wouldn't take it otherwise at all. It's a little bit too slow. Usually, ethereal armor is being reprinted. Okay. All right. So ethereal armor was printed in Return to Ravnica first, I think. It was common. But Return to Ravnica didn't have a huge focus on enchantments, so it didn't really shine as much until you had, later sets that had enchantment-based synergies. So this is +1/+1 for each enchantment you control and has first strike for 1 mana, which is really nice for if you get enough enchantments. So it does look like there's going to be a lot of enchantment synergies. But I can see going 3-drop into, so Cult Healer into Ethereal Armor is not so bad. So that gives you a 4/4 first strike lifelink that turn, which, can be a nice swing. So this will go up or down in my estimation, depending on exactly how good and how many enchantments there are in the set. So given that they placed it at uncommon, I'm going to assume that it's pretty good. I'm going to put it at the middle of the mid now, but it could actually go high mid. All right, Exorcise. Okay, clearly The Exorcist, or any of those like demon-based movies. So 2 mana, exile target artifact, enchantment, or creature with power 4 or greater. Wait, sorry. Let me walk that back and rework the Oxford comma type idea. Exile target artifact, enchantment, or creature with power 4 or greater. Woohoo! Okay, the artifacts and enchantments don't usually have power 4 or greater. Just gonna, yeah, okay. So the Oxford comma here is actually still not telling you what you really want to know. With 4 or power 4 or greater, little prepositional thing here is so prepositional phrase is doing a little bit of misplaced modifier type idea. Oh. The Oxford comma is the third one in the list. Is the one right before so it's right before it's the one right before the conjunction, the coordinating conjunction. Here it's or, but it could be and. So when left off, so you cannot get into trouble if you use it usually, unless you're doing something with a weird modifier here. Clearly. But you can get in trouble if you don't use it. What happens is if you don't use this comma here, the Oxford comma, 2 of the items can be seen to be more closely tied than the other items. So, Sky News had one of like the best illustrations of like why you need the Oxford comma. This is my favorite. Top stories: world leaders at Mandela tribute, comma, Obama Castro handshake and same-sex marriage date set. So when you don't have the comma after handshake here, it sounds like you're having Obama and Castro are handshaking and also getting same-sex married. So this is an illustration of how much trouble you can get into if you don't use an Oxford comma. Okay? There are times when it's not going to be a problem to leave it out, right? But and you might not get into trouble if you don't use it. But you'll never get into trouble if you do use it. is the thing, right? So it's just safer to use always. So again, sometimes you won't get in trouble if you leave it out, but you can get into trouble if you leave it out. So can't hurt, might help, use it. So this is my favorite illustration of why you should use it. But yes, this Oxford comma is here, but the modifier here, normally when we use English, the modifiers right here, this is a prepositional phrase, acting as a modification for creature, an adjective modifying creature. But that modifier usually is assumed to apply across the conjunction in a list. So, and if you have a modifier here in the beginning or a modifier here, it's usually assumed to apply across the coordinated conjunction. So with 4 or greater should apply by English grammar standards to enchantment and artifact, but it doesn't. Here they just mean creature with power 4 or greater is the third item in the list, and it's all acting as one thing. And that's because it's magic and not English. So yeah, it's better for all that this is. Yeah. Anyway, so they could have fixed it. They could have made it less ambiguous across the thing by saying exile target creature with power 4 or greater. Targeted, so artifact or enchantment, right? If they had reworked the list, it would be less of a problem grammatically, but I can see why they put it at the end because it's just the longer one. But anyway, the way I first read it was the way it would be normally read, but this is the second way I read it was how it actually works. Anyway, sorry, long geeky story short. Exercise 2 mana. Word geekery highlights, yes. So exile target artifact, enchantment, or creature with power 4 or greater is how that actually reads for magic. So we have, I think because enchantments are clearly such a big thing, I think this is going to be a high end of mid pick. Because power 4 or greater is already something we often want to kill, but can be useless in against really aggressive load the ground decks. But since it has the added versatility of being able to destroy artifacts or enchantments, and given that we've seen enchantments are such a thing, and then we clearly have enchantment creatures here, I think this is an upper mid pick. It could even get to lower end of high. So I like this card a lot right now, based on what we've already seen and what I'm seeing here. Half the creatures are enchantments. Jesus. Okay, yeah. So this is gonna be, yeah. This might reach lower end of high, but is definitely upper end of mid. Fear of Abduction, 6 mana, 5/5. As an additional cost to cast this spell, exile a creature you control. It's a nightmare. Flying 5/5, but you can also exile. When Fear of Abduction enters, exile target creature an opponent controls. When Fear of Abduction leaves the battlefield, put each card exiled with it into its owner's hand. Okay. Okay. So there are going to be times where this isn't playable. Obviously, what we need to, where this excels is if blue or white have pacifism or sleep effects, because then you have a creature on the board that you're very happy to get back into your hand if this dies. That's where this will be best. So we'll have to see if those exist. I think a 6-mana 5/5 flyer that takes care of one creature an opponent controls. Um, and keep in mind that that creature doesn't come back into the battlefield when this dies. They have to recast it. I do like this card. The problem when you get it, if you get it with an empty board, it's going to be very bad. You're gonna wish you had anything else. So I think that's why it's an uncommon. Very clearly. But it's also fine. Like if you have this card and they have like, if this has no way to tap or get in for damage, it's going to be perfectly fine to Fear of Abduction it as well when it's no longer useful. So as long as you have a creature on the board, pretty much any creature that isn't as good as this one at all, you're probably still casting this because it takes care of an opponent's creature as well. So, like, you just want a creature. Fruit fly. Is flying around here. So I think it's fine. I think it's in the mid to low end of middle picks. I think it's too situational a little bit to really be excited about. Interesting. Okay. Anyway, Fear of Immobility, 5 mana 4/4. When it enters, tap up to one target creature. If an opponent controls that creature, put a stun counter on it. Okay, so here's a way we could tap the Acrobatic Cheerleader to get a flying, or we can tap an opponent's creature and put a stun counter on it. And you are also casting an enchantment, which is kind of interesting. I think I like this pretty well. I think it's probably an upper end of low. But a very decent playable creature. That's fine. Fear of Surveillance, 2 mana 2/2 Vigilance. When it attacks, surveil 1. Not bad as an early drop, especially if in an enchantment-based deck. That's pretty sweet. Upper end of low, probably a similar place occupied to the Cheerleader, but it is an enchantment, which makes it a little bit more valuable to a lot of the synergies that I've seen. Flying's nice, but the enchantments seem to also be a huge thing. So we'll have to see exactly where we end up, whether I think Fear is slightly better than Cheerleader or vice versa. But if you can get this out early, the Surveil one is actually probably quite valuable. Okay, Friendly Ghost, 4 mana 2/4. Okay, I assume this is Casper? Is Casper horror? Is there another Friendly Ghost that I don't know about? Anyway, 4 mana 2/4 flyer. When it enters, target creature gets +2/+4 until end of turn. Okay, I mean, that's fine. I think it's upper end of low. Okay, Glimmer Seeker, 3 mana. Like, it's just not exciting. That's fine. We'll have to see what the flying is at a premium. Whether it's okay, Glimmer Seeker, 3 mana 3/3. Okay, with also upside. At the beginning of your second main phase, if it's tapped, draw a card if you control a Glimmer creature. What's a Glimmer creature? Oh, I'm sure. Oh, Cat Glimmer. We're gonna find that out. Okay. Nearly Headless Nick from Harry Potter. I don't think Harry Potter is also a horror either. The Casper movie was kind of horrifying. Oh, Ghostbusters, right? Okay. All right. Okay, so if you don't control a Glimmer creature, create a 1/1 white. Wow. That's pretty cool. Okay. Yeah, I like this card. Okay, so with the, like, Fear of Immobility, that works with this. It also works just on attack, and if you can pump it with these, I like this card. This is very good. I'm gonna go with mid to upper. Like, it could go truly to upper end of mid, but I think it might be still mid end of mid. Huh. That one's hard to evaluate. It might go... think upper end of mid is probably where it's going to end up. There's a lot of stuff that we've seen that pumps things so that they can attack well. Or taps things down. Okay, yeah. All right, so now we... now we have a room. Our first room. It's an enchantment. Okay, that makes this really important because the rooms, I think, are supposed to be powerful. I don't know what they actually do, but we'll see. But that makes this even better. So, okay, when you unlock this door, create a 1/1 white glimmer enchantment creature token for 2. Okay, but that gives you a glimmer. Okay, so that synergizes with this. When you unlock this door, put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. Okay. Interesting. So you can wait and unlock later? Okay. You may cast either half. That door unlocks on the battlefield. As a sorcery, you may pay the mana cost of a locked door to unlock it. Okay, so you can either play Elegant Rotunda. Like, you don't have to play the Grand Entryway first and then unlock the Elegant Rotunda. You can play the Elegant Rotunda and then the other way around. I see. Okay. All right. I see. That's interesting. So, okay, so that's gonna be a crazy mechanic. That's interesting to see which ones you're gonna do it later. I like the versatility of this. I like that it can be what you need when you need it. It's also an enchantment, which gives you more synergies with all the enchantment-based stuffs. Yeah. Okay. So I think this is an upper end of low pick. I assume that's an ability that the card has, the room has. Okay, so yeah, interesting. Okay. And doesn't count as playing. Yeah, okay. All right, sounds good. Okay. So this is like like I assume, can you do it as a sorcery? Got it. Okay. Sorcery speed. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna assume this is upper end of low. We'll see. Hardened Escort, 3 mana, 2/4. When it attacks another target creature you control, gets +1/+0 and gains indestructible until end of turn. Hey, Christmas! Special action? Interesting. Alright. Whenever Hardened Escort attacks, another target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains indestructible until the end of turn. Huh. Okay. Oh, so it's a special action like Unmorphing? Wait, can it be responded to? Yeah, sorcery speed. So it's not an ability the card has? It doesn't use the stack? Okay. Yeah, you can respond to the trigger, but that doesn't reduce. Okay, got it. All right. So this is interesting. I think this is for 3 mana 2/4 is already decent stats and limited when it has something interesting like this going for it. So I think this is going to be an upper end of low pick. But it's pretty nice because what happens is you can attack with this and something that has a tapped ability, right? And make that indestructible so that you actually get the value out of that. Same thing with here, the survival ability. This can help the survival thing get in and survive. So rather than having to tap it for no value, you can actually get in as a 4/4 here, 4/3 here with indestructible. So I like the Escort for enabling those types of synergies. So this might end up going up to like a, no, I think it's still gonna be upper end of low, but it might go up to a lower end of mid. We'll see. Okay. Jump scare. Until end of turn, target creature gets +2/+2 flying and becomes a horror enchantment creature in addition to its other types. Well, that's not creepy at all. I mean, that's any stuffs. So this is okay. So this is Mighty Leap for 1. And then it also becomes an horror enchantment, which pumps, for example, allows this to pump again, like at instant speed, as a trick. Interesting. Yeah, this is just a decent combat trick. It's gonna be upper end of low, but that's a really decent combat trick. Lionheart Glimmer. Okay, here's a Glimmer. Okay, it allows green to use enchantment destruction on your creature. Sure. It also allows this to happen, but this is sorcery speed, so hopefully you're not using it. But are the naturalizes all instant speed? Because this is going to be in theory. You're playing this at a part where it needs to be dealt with at instant speed. 1 is sorcery and 2 are instants. Well, we can take a look, but seems like it's still a good combat trick. All right. Lionheart Glimmer, 5 mana, 2/5, ward 2. Whenever you attack creature, okay, not this thing, but whenever you attack, creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Okay. Seems good. So it attacks as a 3/6, but you can also just attack with all your other stuff and get +1/+1 until end of turn. So for 5 mana, you get a mass pump of +1/+1, not +2/+1 like a charge. And it has ward 2. I haven't seen many tokens or go wide effects besides this Glimmer Seeker, which is interesting. Yet. We haven't gone through all of this, obviously, but that's interesting. Okay, I like this card. I think it's good. I definitely think it's probably a middle of the mid picks, but it could get to upper mid, especially if you build a deck that wants it. So I'm going to see how much go wide stuff there is. Like, the deck with this probably wants it pretty well. This is only 1 creature for 2 mana. So again, like, it's not necessarily that you go that wide, but I think it's still a really good card, probably. Just because mass pump on attack, even when this doesn't have to attack, is pretty sweet. So I think this is going to be mid-mid, but it could end up being upper mid. Living Phone, 3 mana, 2/1, artifact creature toy. Living Phone? What's this from? Which horror film? There's a few 2 bodies for 1 cards. Okay, then this gets stronger. When Living Phone dies, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card with power 2 or less from among them, put it in your hand. Rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Okay. I don't like this card very much. I think 3 mana for a 2/1 isn't very good. I haven't seen super great artifact synergies yet. It's only the top 5 cards, and it has to be power 2 or less. And we've seen quite a few 3 powers and more so far. Skinamarink, the black phone. Interesting. Reminds you of the Toy Story phone? Okay. In Sid's room. Ghost phone and Ghostbusters? Oh, that might be, yeah. So I don't know about this. Like, this seems like it could just not get you any value for a 3 mana 2/1. I think it's too situational. I don't really like it. That might change. Like, we have to see what all the things look like, and if you're building an entire deck of power 2 or less, for the top 5. But yeah, like, it could give you Glimmer, it could give you Escort, Friendly Ghost, Fear of Surveillance here, Cheerleader. But like, your deck has to be generally low power to make sure that you get the value out of that. I don't really like this net necessarily, but we'll see. Hi, Cat. Yes, you have so many feelings. So we'll see. Like, it might go up in my estimation, but right now I'm gonna put it on the mid to low end of low. Nigh unplayable. Okay. Optimistic Scavenger. 1 mana, 1/1. Whenever an enchantment you control enters, and whenever. Ooh, that's great. Whenever you fully unlock a room, that means both sides. Because there's 2 doors. This thing is great. It's gonna be like the little generous whatever from Kamigawa, Neon Dynasty. That's gonna be fun because so far we've seen so many enchantments that we're happy about here. All right, so obviously the enchantment enters. Like, this is gonna enter, and then you can fully unlock it and then get another counter. That's pretty sweet. Okay, yeah. So this is gonna be, for me, this is gonna be an upper end of mid pick. That may change just a bit, depends on things. How much, like, no, it not doesn't, but that's pretty safe, I think. Orphans of the Wheat, 2 mana, 2/1. Oh, that's Children of the Corn, right? All right. Whenever Orphans of the Wheat attacks, tap any number of untapped creatures you control. Orphans of the Wheat gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature tapped this way. Okay, so that's going to synergize with the Glimmer Seeker. It's going to synergize with the Cheerleader. So anything with the little survival mechanism seems like it will be very, very happy to see this. If you have a way to protect this too, that's really sweet, because you can also attack with like the Hardened Escort and give this indestructible, so you could do it again later. This does mean that you are not going to be, you do, like, you get the this is great to do with that, but if you're doing things like this, you have to make sure that you're doing it. This is a really cool decision process to have to make about when you do this, because remember, they're going to be able to swing back. Your creature's going to be tapped. So that's going to be interesting. But I definitely think the art is fantastic, and I definitely think I really want to play this card. I think this is enable those survival synergies. I feel like I probably, because if you could play this on turn 2 and they don't have a blocker, it'd be amazing. On 3, like if they don't have a blocker on 3, I bet things are gonna have blockers. But if you can then make this indestructible when it does attack, or you can hold off until you can give it indestructible by attacking with this the next turn, maybe. So I think probably I would pick this upper mid, but I think I would pick it right after this. Like, I think Scavenger's slightly better than that, still in the upper mid tier though. Okay. Patched Plaything, another toy, 4/3 for 3. Now that's a good return on investment. Wait, what? Wait, wait. Enters with 2 -1/-1 counter on it if you cast it from your hand. Okay. So the Emerge from the Cocoon can get back a 4/3 double strike. But you have to get it in the graveyard first. So it's a 2/1 double strike for 3 to start with, which is pretty, that's fine as an RO. Like, it depends on, okay, are there anything like Blur of Blades in this? It gives like -1/-1, or just like a ping for 1. Something like that. How many, like, because this goes up, if there aren't like a ton of shocks or like ping for ones, then this goes up in value. Because you can play it as a 2/1 early and be okay with that. So I'll have to check that out. Otherwise, so far we've just seen like a reanimate for it. We'll see how that goes. We'll see whether it goes up in estimation. Like right now I'm gonna go mid. So we'll see about this. Patched plaything. Is this like Chucky? No, Chucky has stitches, but that's different, right? This has got to be something else. Okay, anyway. Oh, that's the witch with the 2 V's that you guys were telling me about. Right? You think goats drag me to hell? I thought it was the witch with 2 V's. Isn't that one where they figure out that everything's due to a possessed goat? It's drag me to hell though. Okay, I don't know what drag me to hell is, but that's good. Black Phillip, yeah. The quote matches drag me to, okay. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna go mid on this one until I figure out what other ways we have to make it enter without the counters. But I think a 2/1 double strike for 3 is not awful either here. Given that there's a lot of things with 4 toughness or less, or 2 toughness or less. So okay. There's a room that reanimates 3 mana value or less. Okay. Possessed goat, 1 mana, 1/1. 3, discard a card, put 3+1/+1 counters on possessed goat, and it becomes a black demon in addition to its other colors and types. Okay, activate only once. So discard a card. So you could discard this so you can reanimate. That's fun. Is there any madness in this? Yeah, evil goats are a horror mainstay. Yes. Is there any madness at all in this? Delirium matters? Okay, so you could discard a land to get delirium in it. Okay, lots of delirium. Okay, so this might actually find a home in certain decks, and actually be part of the reason it really works. So it's good early because it's a 1/1 and it has it's decent for a 1-drop because it has utility early and it has utility late. So you can do this to make it into an actual threat. And you can also use that to manage your graveyard in the form of like delirium or stuff to reanimate, etc. Okay, so like this is probably an upper end of low. I'm still going to go with that, but like that could change. It could be better than even I think it is, depending on the delirium stuffs. Okay. Savior of the Small. 4 mana, 3/4. At the beginning of your second main phase, if it's tapped, return target. Okay. So this returns to the hand. So this doesn't really work with the play thing, really, unless you want a double striker back, which is fine. But this is really nice. I like this card. I think it's really good value. Because eventually those cards are going to have to be killed anyway, and you can just get them back. I like this one. I think this is an upper end of mid. But it could be mid-end of mid. I have to, like... It depends on how fast and like what the costs are of various things, but I like this one. Seized from Slumber. Like so far with the power and toughness ratios, I really like Savior of the Small, but that could downgrade to middle of the mid. Okay. Seized from Slumber, 5 mana. The spell costs 3 mana less to cast if it targets a tapped creature, destroy target creature. Okay, so it's your usual instant speed 5 mana, destroy target creature effect, which is really pretty slow, but if it targets a tapped creature, it's 2 mana. I think this is going to therefore be a pretty good pick. because you can also target things that have been tapped down while not attacking the survival things. So you can kill something with survival when it's tapped. So I think this is actually going to be an lower end of mid pick, to mid of mid pick, just because it's removal and we need removal. Shard Mage's Rescue. Hello, cat. Woof. Hi. Yes, you go. Hi. You're very cute. He's a spoopy kitty. All right. I'm going to put you down again, okay? He's like, I'm going to go walk on your keyboard. Is that okay? I need to put you down because you don't walk on my keyboard, babe. Okay. Excuse me. All right, there we are. Okay. Shard Mage's Rescue. Let the cat type. Yeah. Definitely. Okay. The air conditioning comes on and off, and then it gets cold and warm, and cold and warm, and cold and warm. Okay, so here we go. Shard Mage's Rescue. Nope, that's my cheese. Thank you. All right, Shard Mage's Rescue. Flash combat trick +1/+1 enchantment aura. And also hexproof when on the turn it enters. So you can save something from being targeted for removal, or you can, or you can pump something mid-combat. I like it. I think it's good. It's also an enchantment coming into play, because again, that can be another combat trick with the ethereal armor, or combat trick with this to give lifelink. Seems pretty good. I like this card. I think it's gonna be probably, I mean, again, Shore Up also good, but untaps. What did you just steal? Oh, he just stole the cheese wrapper. It's his now. He's going to go leave it somewhere no cheese wrapper has ever been. Yay. I'll find it later. So Shore Up on taps. This is still really good because it also has the synergies for enchantment-based stuffs. And it's a permanent effect if it lands on the creature and the creature stays. So I like this. I think it's probably a mid of the mid pick, but it could go as high as upper mid. Sheltered by Ghost, 2 mana, enchant creature you control. When it enters, exile target non-land permanent opponent controls until this leaves the battlefield. Enchanted tree. Oh, okay. All right. So, I'm thinking. Okay. So, this is creature-based, enchantment-based removal as well. So basically you play this on a creature, you get to remove one of their creatures until Sheltered by Ghost leaves the battlefield, which means they have the option of either killing this by enchantment removal, like Exercise, or creature removal, as well. So it does make the creature itself harder to kill, but it doesn't make the enchantment itself harder to kill. But sometimes I have a feeling I'm going to be killed by this card a lot. Because it removes a blocker and it pumps something and does the life, the cheese standalone, yeah. It pumps something and gives it lifelink, which is a huge swing. So it may just change the course of the game, even if they can remove the enchantment or the creature. I like this card. This is, it's also non-land permanent, so you could take something like an enchantment that they have as well. It's really worth understanding that that's both, or like you could take a room, you could take anything else like that, but you have to be aware that they can kill it at instant speed and get the thing back for whatever ETB it has. So I think this is very good. I think I would put it at an upper mid pick, but I do need to see what other enchantment based removal, like enchantment removal we have, like removal for enchantments. It's not a bounce. Yeah, if you flicker this, yeah. So I think I think I would go upper mid to, yeah, I think I would go upper mid for this one. But I still, like I said, I just need to see the enchantment removal. Shepherding Spirits, 6 mana, 4/5 flying. Oh, plane cycling. Oh, I like it. Okay. Especially since we have some reanimation effects, like the Emerge, if we really need to run this. I love basic land cyclers. I really like basic land cyclers because they are good early and late, and they can make certain hands keepable that wouldn't be otherwise. I think this is just a fine card. I think it's an upper end of low. But it could end up being lower end of mid. I think still upper end of low is probably safe. Split Skin Doll. Not at all creepy. Okay. When it enters, draw a card, then discard a card unless you control another creature with power 2 or less. Okay. So, 1 and a white, 2/1. Draw a card. It replaces itself. Or you loot. I like this card. I like this card a lot. I think it's a middle of the mid pick or lower end of mid pick. But I think this card is good. If you also control another creature with power 2 or less, you can actually just keep the card and not discard. But I think since there's Delirium, discarding a card, just looting isn't bad at all. So I like this. Okay, so now we have another room. This one looks like it's uncommon. Surgical Suite and Hospital Room. When you unlock the store, return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Okay, still doing that. Getting back the Split Skin Doll is pretty nice. Living Phone, interesting. Start cycling through. Nah. Okay. All right. I like this card. I mean, I can do this. I can click on it, but my head doesn't hurt. I can read. I can read sideways. We're fine. When you lock this door, blah blah. Whenever you attack, put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature. This seems great. I think I'd probably put this at the mid of the mid. Yes, it brings back the plaything. Okay. Seems good. Yeah, I like it. Okay, so this is gonna be mid of the mid. Can be upper end of mid. Because you can play it for the 4 if you don't have anything. So sometimes the worry about the early cards that bring value 3 or less back is that nothing is in the graveyard yet. So on 4 you can just do this, because if you just play out your creatures, then you can do this. So I really like this card. It has that 2 double functionality, and that seems sweet. Okay. Trapped in the Screen, 3 mana. Ward 2. Okay, for the enchantment. When it enters, exile target artifact, creature, and enchantment opponent. Okay, so it's an O-Ring plus Ward 2. Except O-Ring can do all non-land permanents. And this is artifact, creature, enchantment. Okay. No Planeswalker. Okay. Seems good. And it's got Ward 2. Seems good. Okay. This is gonna be a lower end of mid pick. It's gonna be good removal, so it's gonna be like lower end of mid. To mid depends. Unsettling Twins. Hi, Shining. But the monster in the background looks like it's from The Thing. Anyway. When Unsettling Twins enters, manifest dread. What? Look at the top 2 cards of your library. Put one onto the battlefield down as a 2/2 and the other into your graveyard. Turn it face up at any time for its mana cost if it's a creature card. Yeah, so like pick a card to put onto the battlefield as a face down as a 2/2, and then also start, you know, hopefully getting yourself closer to Delirium or to something to reanimate for profit. So it's 4 mana for 2/2 bodies plus additional graveyard synergy stuff. So the reason I was pausing there, sorry, is that again I was trying to look up so the it here, the pronoun, the antecedent is unclear. Because it could be other or it could be one. You know that it's obviously the 2/2 creature face down, but like this isn't technically good English. Sorry. I was just pondering. So Unsettling Twins, 2 bodies at 4 is almost always really good in limited. So yeah, so this is a little bit of go wide that we were looking for. Makes this a little bit stronger. So you're attacking not with 2/2 bodies, but 2 3/3 bodies on turn 5, which is pretty nice if you curve into that. So I think this is a fine card. I think it's upper end of low to lower end of mid. It depends. So yeah. Okay, that's pretty cool. Also cool reference. Unwanted Remake. Like a horror movie remade later that just never needed to be remade. Sorry. I know that's not what they're referring to. Destroy target creature, its controller manifests dread. Okay, this is great. With my luck, they will hit a bomb off the manifest. but at 1 mana, a destroy target creature is still really quite nice. I want to see the art more closely. Is this like her, like yeah, could be like Annihilation or something. I don't know. Anyway, yeah. So moving on, sorry. This is a good card. I think this is a since you can do it at instant speed, you can take stuff out of combat and you can so if you have a flyer and they have no flying blockers, you don't care that they have a 2/2 on the ground. If they're attacking with crazy stuff and they use combat tricks, you can blow out the combat tricks, get 2 for 1. It's instant speed, 1 mana. I think you're not going to beat that price, even though it does manifest dread for the opponent. My luck will be horrible with it. I'm just going to warn us. Like, they're going to get something crazy. So if I don't use this to win the game, then oops. but this is a great, crazy ROI. So I think this is an upper mid to lower high pick. That's my first reading of it. I could be wrong. Veteran Survivor, 1 mana, 2/1, survival. At the beginning of your second main phase, if Veteran Survivor is tapped, exile to one target card from a graveyard. As long as there are 3 or more cards exiled with Veteran Survivor, it gets +3/+3 and has hexproof. Nice. Oh, that's gonna do horrible things in something else. Like, I wonder if that's good enough for, like, Constructed. Savannah Lions, eat your heart out. So this is going to be really good because we've seen graveyard synergies. We know there's Delirium somewhere that'll show up, right? That because chat was saying that, right? And we've seen this Manifest Dread stuff, and we've seen recursion, right? This recursion stuff here. So this is going to be a very strong effect, as long as it survives, right, to the second main phase, or as long as it's tapped somehow other way, right? So, Savannah lions are an endangered species. So yeah, so this seems really good. I like it. I think it's probably a mid to upper mid pick. Possibly just upper mid. I need to see a little bit more about like everything else, but yeah. I think it's mid, but could be upper mid. All right, so bottomless pool and locker room. So whenever you unlock this door, when you unlock this door, return up to 1 target creature to its owner's hand for 1 mana. An unsummon at sorcery speed. Interesting. It's, yes, of course it was, Vidi, but like at this point it's just a joke. Okay, so that's fine, it seems to me. I haven't seen a ton of crazy ETBs on creatures yet, but that could change if once we see the rares and mythics. It could also change over time, like the rest of it here. It's fine. Like, I think returning, I haven't seen, so there I've seen a few tokens and manifested things. So the tokens are really profitable to return. And that's interesting, but we'll see about the rest of this. If there are a lot of tokens, this will get better and better and better. Like, this will be so good if there are a lot of tokens. There are also, we've seen people are going to be like Voltroning up things with ethereal armors, etc., and bouncing a creature that has enchantments like that on it can be very powerful. So so as we already, it's really good because of that if they're Voltroning, but it also might be very good if there are a lot of tokens and other things like that. So we have seen a bunch of things that do produce like tokens. We've seen the also bouncing this is really nice, so that yes, they can reactivate, but does this say opponent only? No, 1 target creature to owner's hand. So you can reactivate this, or you can bounce it so that they have to take the time to reactivate it. If they don't have another card to discard, then they can't. So that's an option. Here's a thing that produces a token. Here's the thing that produces a token. So I do like this card a lot. So the next one, whenever 1 or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, draw a card. That's a great effect at 5. That's really sweet, and you can choose to do that when you wish. So I think this is an upper mid for me. I think this is a great card. Clammy Prowler, 4 mana, 2/5. Whenever it attacks, another target attacking creature can't be blocked this turn. That's another really good way to get Survivor to happen. And it's got a nice big butt. So I like this card. I think it's an upper low pick to low mid, because it's not only is it an enchantment, but it also to trigger all your enchantment synergies, but it also does that Survivor stuff and is pretty sweet. Okay, seems fine. Okay, the enchantment thing, activating the synergies, you have to remember that does come with a little bit of downfall, because there are so many enchantment removal spells, but that we're told that we've seen a couple so far. We've seen this, something else maybe, I forget. I mean, obviously Trapped in the Screen does it as well, but yeah. So okay, so see that. Okay, Creeping Peeper. I think you might need some Visine. Your eye looks a little dry, my friend. Fish people? Flavor text of fish people? Okay. Interesting. An act of like that be what is it, act of dishonesty? I don't know. Leave that up to you. Hey, Oiga Voltage, how you doing? So Peepers, 2 mana, 2/1, add blue, spend this mana to cast an enchantment spell, unlock a door, turn a permanent face up. Okay. Alright. Cannot lie, yes. Okay. It seems useful to me. It's a 2/1, which is a nice thing to put out on turn 2, and there are decks that are going to be very happy with this. Only to cast an enchantment spell, unlock a door, or turn a permanent face up. There's quite a few manifests that we're seeing here, and then we saw in white. The enchantment spells, there's a lot of creatures that are enchantment. I think this is a good card. I think it's actually a lower mid pick to upper low. Upper low to lower mid. I think it's actually a perfectly fine card to ramp you in blue. I think this is gonna be good. I think it's a slightly higher pick than it first appears. It can't cast creatures? It says enchantment spell. This is enchantment, right? Or is that why it says spell? Is that like in the rules text? I think it can cast any enchantment spell. I think it can cast the creature. I'm not certain. Don't quote me on this. I gotta look it up. Yeah, it can be used to cast enchantment creatures. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, like it should be able to cast a power. So there's enough things I think here to make that to warrant this being like a pretty high pick for a common, which means that it might make the lower mid thing. Okay. Cursed Windbreaker. The coat. Remember the coat from the rare coat from MKM? Agamemnon. Yeah, you think it should have done 1/2? Cryptic coat, cursed Windbreaker. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh no, I know, but like I just like the fact that we have had 2 coats that are artifacts at 3 in blue for like one was a coat, now it's a windbreaker. Although this doesn't really look like a windbreaker in all honesty, because that looks like cloth, and windbreakers aren't made of like anyway. Moving along. Wardrobe deck, yeah. Motorcycle coat, exactly. Leather jacket, right? Sweaty sweater. Sweater from hell. Okay, so when Cursed Windbreaker enters, manifest dread, then attach it to that creature. A quote creature has flying. Okay. Okay, so manifesting things. Attached to that creature. Quote creature has flying. So 3 mana, 2/2 flyer plus 1 card in the graveyard. Vidi. But you can re-equip later to give something else flying, which seems okay. Um, what is this a reference to? Does anybody know? Cursed Windbreaker? I don't even know. The Thriller deck is probably the MKM card. Doctor Strange isn't horror, though. Don't embrace the 80s fashion. That Windbreaker's cursed. Okay. Shoulder pads. Okay, so I mean, I think this is fine. A Windrake that you can then give something else flying with later is pretty sweet. Again, it also enables the Delirium stuff. So I think it's fine. I think it's a mid pick. Seems fine. Gives value. I like it. So Dagger Maw Megalodon. 6 mana, Vigilance, 5/7, Island Cycling. Again, these cyclers are going to all be probably low mid to, so upper low to low mid picks, just because the cycling is so good and the versatility of having that, so you can go find a land and then you can also play something late, is usually very, very good. So yes, so this is Jaws and Megalodon references. Okay, got it. Yeah, that shark has tentacles out of it and like millions of eyes. Sharks don't need to be scarier than they already are, I would like to point out. Sharks are already very scary. They're really cool, but also evolutionarily silly. Like, they haven't needed to evolve for a very long time. When I was in like high school, I did a research project on great whites, which this is clearly modeled after. It's just got a lot of extra features, but great whites don't need extra features. So just to give you a sense of like what they can do, so their nostrils, they can smell very well. They can detect blood in the water miles away. They have these little pockmarks that you'll see. They're little holes and they're filled with a gel that detects electromagnetic pulses, such as that your heart gives off. And they can detect that from a long ways away as well. So that's fun. Their eyes are fine. They're not great, but they're fine. And they protect their eyes using a like the equivalent of like kind of a cat's nictating membrane. It's not quite like that, but it's, you get the idea. So whenever they're about to clamp down on something, like by eating, the membrane goes over their eyes to protect them. The teeth, obviously, they grow in rows, and when the first falls out, the other moves forward to replace it. It's an amazing, and just the water hydrodynamics of their bodies, the torpedo shape is just so effective at moving through the water. And great whites in particular, they're colored like this. The white on the bottom is to, and the gray on the top is to disguise them. So basically, if they're hovering over you, right? If their prey are beneath them, the fish look up and see the white, which they're also going to see the sun, right? So the white camouflages the shark moving above them as if it were in the sunlight. So you just see white from beneath. And then from above, if you look down, the shark is gray, just like the ocean floor can look. So that's the difference, the reasoning for the coloration. So these things, they're spectacularly well adapted to their environment, and what they do. The farmer's den. I like that interpretation better. You read an article about orcas actively hunting great whites to eat their livers. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, orcas are super scary too. These are all, oh, you're welcome, Griddle. Sorry, this is me being a geek. I apologize. We should get back to the magic. I'm so sorry. But anyway, this is one of my passions at the time. So we knew very little about great whites, and actually we haven't made huge strides since then because they're actually really hard to study. And they're really interesting. They don't, Jaws would never have been written, like the author of Jaws has said he would never have written, eventually I think it was, or something like that, they would never have written Jaws today had he known about actual sharks. Because this shark has such an evil reputation now because he made those movies, but this shark is not violent. It is not looking to attack you. It has no aggression, really. What has happened with it is it will often not recognize what you are, and it will experimentally take a bite. Because either you resemble prey items or it doesn't know what you are and it's going to take a bite. These eating for great whites consumes a lot of energy. And so you have to be worth that energy consumption in order for it to actually eat you. So when it bites, it actually does something of a calculation of like fat ratio, etc. And so it will often take an experimental bite and let go. Hence you see great white, attacks where the shark takes a bite and leaves. The problem, it's freaking huge. So even a test bite will probably kill you. Or do at least a ton of damage. But it's not attacking out of, it's testing, like seals are its primary desired food because they have such a nice ratio of like blubber and fat and high energy, material to consume. So, please return me my leg. Yes, exactly. Or like my entire torso. It would be nice to have that back. Exactly. Hydrating, sorry. Gotcha, nobody. So yes, about 5 damage, exactly. So they are not aggressive, they're not violent, they are simply trying to determine whether you are a worthy prey item. And like I said, unfortunately, because they're larger, right, that's the problem. The sharks that are far more dangerous than the great white are the bull shark, which is aggressive and more and comes into contact with people more because it can go into brackish waters. So it can go up rivers. And so it comes into contact with people more, and it's a little bit more aggressive. So it's more dangerous, as well as the tiger sharks. The tiger sharks are a little bit more aggressive in terms of just like seeking out prey. And they come into the shallows a little bit more. But those are the two more dangerous sharks than the great white. But yeah, anyway, this is a great white, obviously based on, and something bad happened to it. So something felt it needed to evolve in this environment, which tells you how scary Duskmourn's lower depths are, I guess. I don't know, like, why is it suddenly in the house? I don't know. Anyway, Valgavoth's evil aura. Oh, that must have been what an apex predator into an inescapable terror of the deeps. Okay, so like it must have been modified by magic. Okay, evil aura. Oh wait, is this a demon? This might be a demon. So anyway, this thing is scarier than it already is, and it didn't need to be. So that was my conclusion. Sorry. Okay. That's why Callie doesn't do carbs. The coolest thing about great whites, if you want to see a really scary thing, is how they hunt seals and sea lions. So the seals and sea lions tend to go usually around the surface when they're swimming. So the shark is beneath them. The gray, remember, camouflaging. It comes up vertically Very few other fish hunt like this, but it comes up, or cartilaginous fish, here we go, as we are talking about. So it comes up vertically at like speeds of like 30 miles an hour, and hits them and breaches, right? Gets them in his mouth, breaches, and comes back down. You can see these sharks, these giant freaking 16-footers, breaching out of the water like a whale, like a humpbacked whale, like you've seen those, and it comes out of the water. There's this giant like predator out of the water, like 6 feet out, and then whoosh, right back into the water. It is insane. I'm like, nothing that big should ever fly that 6 feet in the air or jump. That's not okay. Not okay at all. So, but yeah, that's how it hunts seals and sea lions, is it comes up from below, at enormous speeds, and it breaches, and it is so intense. That one you can see like the best off of like Cape Town, South Africa, I think, that area. That's where they see the breaching behavior most frequently, I think, but it does it elsewhere too. But they just I was just like, no, ixnay. I could have lived without knowing that one, but it is really cool to watch. So if you do want to look it up and then like never go in the ocean again, there you are. How did they evolve to use typhoons? I have seen that movie, by the way. That is a movie that was made. Typhoons evolved to use sharks. I know, I've seen one of them. I've only seen one of them, thank goodness. But anyway, yes. So that's enough about sharks. Sorry. But yeah. Okay. Again, this is going to be like upper low to lower mid, just because that island cycling can make a lot of hands keepable. It depends on the speed of the format, of course, but the versatility of being able to either fetch a land or play the card is pretty sweet, as always, with the land cyclers. Okay. Don't make a sound. So this is Quiet Place, or like any of those. It could be like Quiet Place, or it could be like the Buffy episode, The Gentleman. Does anybody remember that? That was a fun one. But that was can't make a sound, not don't make a sound, though. But yeah, this was pretty cool. Counter target spell unless the controller pays 2 if they do surveil 2. Hush was The Gentleman, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, okay, so 2 minutes, so it's quench, but if they do pay 2, surveil 2, so you don't get to counter the spell, but you at least get to surveil 2, which can help you with delirium. It's something that we're gonna have to play around. I don't think it's an extremely high pick. I haven't seen like spell synergies that would make it a higher pick, so I'm gonna go with upper end of low. It's definitely something that you might want 1 or 2 of if you have very few lower costed spells, or if you need to, yeah, and you need to control the game for the late game, or if you know they have a bomb that you actually have to counter because it's a lot of mana. Duskmourn's Domination. 6 mana, control magic. Gets -3, -0, and loses all abilities. 6 mana, what? Okay, chat. So I see that it's uncommon, and I see that it's an enchantment which does have synergies. But we've had 6 mana in control magics before, which have no Uh, no downsides. Um, like, yeah, in Bolus's clutches. That this is correct. So like, this doesn't seem very good to me. Like if you're so yeah, it's I mean, the thing is it's really expensive removal. It's really expensive removal, and it is an enchantment that you're casting. So it is an enchantment that you're casting, but it's really expensive removal. It's an enchantment, and we've seen that there is enchantment destruction. But you're also losing most of the value of the creature. I don't... For them to put this at uncommon, it must be worth it. I feel like... But to me, this seems bad. I mean, it is really annoying to have to deal with, but I feel like at the full expenditure of 6 mana, it's just so slow. I'm gonna go with, this is gonna be a low mid to upper low pick, and I think that might be being charitable. I think, but it's also might just be that this is great, and I have no idea. But I'm feeling like this is bad. Bad. It's probably better than I'm giving it credit for in this set, but I think it's not great. Versus Sliver Commanders? Yeah, Blazy. Yeah. This is interesting. Okay, I mean, I just don't think it's very good. So I'm ready to be wrong. As with all first looks, you should take everything that I say with a grain of salt. Come to your own conclusions. Try the things out. See what's going on. See how you're gonna rank it. But my initial impression of this card is that it really, although control magics are usually very strong in formats, this one looks like it does a little too little for a little too much. So I don't like this card. Enter the Enigma. 1 mana, target creature can't be blocked this turn, draw a card. At sorcery speed. Okay. Yeah, but even if I have to pay something that reduces the cost of enchantments, and this is a 5-drop, like, it's still meh. Yeah, I do think Enter the Enigma will steal some games. I also think it's a really good way to enable the Survivor mechanic early. So even if you don't get it late for the win, it enables the Survivor mechanic early, and it replaces itself. I think this card is good. So I think this card is nice. Yes, it's sorcery speed, so they can still deal with the creature somehow on the attack, or they can blow you out a little bit by killing the creature in response. But I still like this card. So I think this is going to be actually like a upper end of low to lower end of mid. It could make it to lower end of mid. But it seems sweet. Erratic Apparition. Because you can just like fire this off on turn like 2 if you have a 1-drop that you just want to cycle this through. So, or like on turn 3 to get one of your like cheerleaders in, right? Or your Fear of Surveillance in, just to make sure that it goes through their stuff, right? Or on this on 4. Like I think it's probably pretty decent. Cause it replaces itself. I don't think that's bad. Okay. Erratic Apparition. 3 mana flying vigilance. Whenever an enchantment you control enters, and whenever you fully unlock a room, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. That can be pretty irritating. Joseph, comedian, last words. Okay, I like the flavor text on that one. So, 1/3 flying vigilance is probably nice for holding off the flyers that we've seen so far, that aren't the really expensive ones. It also can start, like, when you start playing enchantments, this can be a legitimate threat if you play like 2 enchantments on turn 4. That's kind of yikes. I think this is an upper end of low, but this could be okay later. Could be better than I think it is. But yeah. Okay, fear of failed tests. Okay, so this is still me. Like, I haven't been in school for ages, but this is still me. I still have nightmares about, like, going to, like I got a test in a class, and I have never been to that class. Like, oh god. So 5 mana 2/7. When it deals combat damage to a player, draw that many cards. Okay, so Simone muttering in her sleep, yeah. I think this combos really well with Enter the Enigma, and it's got a really, really big butt. So, but it's 5 mana. It's an enchantment. Can be given flying. Can be cast for a little less. This one I really don't know about this one. For 5 mana for a 2/7, with there's so much enchantment removal. I think I'm gonna go with lower end of mid on this one, to upper end of low. I think it's pretty far down there for now, but we'll see if I'm wrong later. All right, fear of falling. Nightmare. 5 mana, 4/4 flying. When it attacks, target creature defending player controls gets -2/-1, loses flying. That's great. It's an air elemental with upside. I like it. That's also an enchantment. Okay, seems good. Okay, so I'm gonna go with mid of the mid on this one to upper end of mid. Oh, until your next turn. No, I'm gonna go upper end of mid on this one. This one's nice. I like this card. This card's really good. Okay. Fear of imposters. Did you know there's a... Okay, so I read about this. Has anybody else heard of this? So, there is this disease that you can get, disease/disorder, in which you suddenly view everyone that you know and love as a stranger or an imposter, faking being that person. And that's one of my that's definitely a nightmare. Like, I don't have nightmares about it, but it would be a nightmare for me. That would be just like, that's just, I fear that. That's a terrible, terrible thing. I can't even. Where they like they view like their son or their daughter or their thing, saying that it was a psychosis. Okay. Yeah, this one, it has a name, I think. It's some sort of like psychological disorder. It's yeah. I think I read about it in Oliver Sacks' The Man Who Mistook His Wife for a Hat and Other Stories. I think I read about it there. Not absolutely certain. But yeah. But like, that's what I see when I think of this. So like 3/2 flyer, sorry, 3/2 flash for 3. When it enters counter target spell, its controller manifests dread. Mental disorders are not funny usually for me at all. That one scares the crap out of me. Yeah, mental disorders are heartbreaking and terrifying, as far as I know. I don't think I've heard of one where I'm like, hee hee, tee hee, that's hilarious. Um, I think this card seems good. Um, I think you need to use it judiciously. Um, you should remember that since it's an enchantment, it's often a combat trick as well. Um, so remember, especially with the ethereal armor, and other things like that. Um, but I like this with, I mean, with play boosters, there are so many bombs. And so I would much rather try and, and take my chances with this 2/2 creature, right? Than take a chance with the bombs. So I'm actually going to prioritize this pretty highly. It's a flash 3/2, so it's a creature that they didn't see coming that can make combat a lot more difficult. And then, yeah, well, Talvi, that I'm sure that'll happen. um, when people wake up from a coma and can speak other languages out of nowhere. Whoa, I've never heard of that. That's interesting. It does, yeah. Urtai gives a card, and can destroy creatures on the ground. So it's nothing like nothing as good as Urtai, but yeah. But this is good. So you get a 3/2 on the ground with flash, like on that they didn't foresee coming. So you can maybe change the combat math on the next turn or that turn. And then you also get to counter a potential bomb. So I'm going to be prioritizing this pretty highly. I think this is going to be an upper mid pick. I just think it's important to have that in this, and it helps you because it's a counterspell which has a body attached. It helps you counteract the pitfalls of counter spells in limited, which is that you really, they're bad when you're behind. So yeah. So yeah, seems decent. Okay, Fear of Isolation. 2 mana, 2/3 flyer. As an additional cost, this cast this spell, return a permanent you control to owner's hand, flying. I like it. It's a permanent you control to owner's hand, so you can just return a land. And there are other things you can get that will give you value for bouncing them or returning them to hand. So you can reset various rooms, right, and get the value off them again. You can decide that Trapped in the Screen isn't taking care of a threat that you really want to take care of now, so you give him back the original creature and redo this. I think this is good. I like this card. I think that there are some times where it's going to be a little bit rough. But it does trigger eerie stuff, which is the enchantment enters. So I think probably middle of the mid or upper end of mid at the highest. Seems sweet. The way it's open, and I feel like that's it, I don't think that's an eye, but it could be an eye. It kind of reminds me of the Beetlejuice thing. Was it Barbara? Was it something like that? It was, yeah, anyway. So it seems fine. Flood Pit's Drowner, 2 mana, 2/1 flash vigilance. When it enters, tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. Nice. Tap, shuffle Flood Pit's Drowner and target creature with a stun counter on it into their owner's libraries. Ooh. Yeah, I like that card. Yeah, I want to watch the remake. Not the second, the sequel. The sequel. It's not a remake, right? It's just a sequel. I like this card. I think this is a upper mid pick because it's actually removal in blue. It's the best removal that blue is gonna get, so that's pretty sweet. And it might get a chance to like remove something and attack for 2. So yeah, you're gonna see it. Let me know how it is. Let me know how it is. What is this about, everybody? Like Merfolk or Siren? What are those? What horror movies have those been in? Your pie of colors. Oh, the Guillermo del Toro one? Is that a horror movie? Cabin in the Woods has merfolk? Or Siren. Nice. Shape of Water's horror? Isn't that the one where she has sex with a merfolk? I haven't actually watched it. Oh, Hellboy has a merfolk? Nice. Okay. It's not very... Creature from the... Yeah, the Black Lagoon is... Yeah. Yeah, this thing's great. HP Lovecraft. It could be Lovecraft. Okay. Get Out references like every horror movie ever, but also A24's Peele's Get Out, which was a sweet one. So 2 mana, choose target creature enchantment spell. Okay, counter, not choose. I can read. Counter target creature enchantment spell. Return 1 or 2 target creatures and/or enchantments you own to your hand. So in this format, this is just a 2 mana counter spell, usually. Oh, the Lighthouse had a scary merfolk? Oh, that might be it. So 1 or 2 target creatures and enchantments you own to your hand. You can get back, again, get some value off that. The versatility on this is nice. I think this is a good card. I think this is a middle of the mid picks. Seems pretty good. Yeah, I think it's still middle of the mid picks. I don't think it's upper mid. It's good, but I don't think it's quite that good. Neither. I am so sorry for all the Twilight fans out there. I do not begrudge you your enjoyment, but I hate that franchise. I'm sorry. I absolutely hate it. So I do apologize. What I like or dislike has nothing to do with anyone else, and I love that people take joy in things that I don't. I love that people just get enjoyment out of various things, and that we all have different tastes, and that's really cool. And sometimes those different tastes means that I get introduced to something that I learned to love. But I really hate Twilight. Sorry. Thanks, Griddle. Have fun. I put in self. The reason... Okay, so let me give you the reason. The reason I don't like it... Okay, sorry. This is another tangent. I hope that's okay. Wait, there's an ad break. I'll tell you after that. I'll go few more and then we'll talk about Twilight. Okay. So, Ghostly Keybearer, 4 mana, 3/3 flyer. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, unlock a locked door of... Oh, nice. Okay, well, it's already a phantom monster, which is 4 mana, 3/3 flyer, which is a good ROI. Not great, but good. And the deals combat damage to a player, unlock a locked door. That's pretty sweet if you have, enough rooms. I don't know that that's always going to get that value, but I just think the ROI is already pretty good. So I'm going to give this a mid to upper mid. No, I'm going to give it a mid. Mid. It's good, but I don't think it's like crazy. No, I mean, unlocking the other... Yeah, okay. I'm going to go upper mid on this. I'm going to give it an upper mid tentatively. Because the second side of some of the doors is so nuts. So if it happens to get in, and I think it's got a good stat for the flyers that we've seen so far, if it happens to get in and you happen to have played a door, like one of the cheaper sides of the door, the rooms, sorry, happen to play a room and I just think this is good. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna go upper mid on this, but I think it's probably mid. It depends. It really depends. So not sure. Okay. All right. So the ad break is done. So let's talk about Twilight really briefly from my perspective. And again, just because I've had these issues with it doesn't mean that you can't enjoy it. That I'm saying you can't enjoy it for these reasons, right? This is just why I have problems with it, and even the things that I find problematic about it. Like I said, there's so many things that are problematic about everything. That doesn't mean you can't enjoy those things, especially if you understand why they're problematic and act accordingly. So don't do what you see that's problematic. So Twilight for me first came to me as a script. So I read the screenplay for Twilight not knowing that it was a book series. And I died because the screenplay is so bad. It is so bad. Oh god, it's awful. And I didn't know that it was a book series, so I read that and I MST 3K'd the hell out of the script to my roommates. Like, I finished reading it, went downstairs, and I was like, you are not going to believe what this is. So I recapped the script for them, and one of my favorite parts about it is they play baseball in it, and nobody makes a vampire bat joke. Sorry. But honestly, what happens in it is abusive, like freaking abusive and stalkery and like just unacceptable. Like it's absolutely unacceptable. Like in the beginning, right? The main character is like just evil to another main character, and it's just it's insulting and condescending and so on and so forth. And then we find out that one of the characters has been in the room of the other main character watching her sleep for months without her knowledge. Okay? What the? Okay, anyway, sorry. And this is romantic. This is not something you're gonna get, like, this isn't someone who's gonna kill you. Like, what? So there's like literally abusive, like just hard, like, stuff in it, and then stalkery, and that's not what love is. That is not what love is at all. And so and then that's supposed to be romantic. Like, literally, that's supposed to be romantic. Additionally, the main character is a void, an absolute utter void. Not interesting. Like, not mean, but also not nice. Like, does nothing good for anyone, but also doesn't do anything to harm anyone. Literally void, like completely vapid, empty, devoid of any character whatsoever. And yet everything in the movie happens to or for her. Goes to a new school, immediately makes 15 new friends, including the girl who has a crush on the guy who now has a crush on her. And you're like, excuse me? Excuse me? What is happening here? The only character flaw that this character has is she's clumsy. Cause what? Like, now I get that when you write a character like this, it makes it very easy for anyone and their mother's monkey to imagine yourself in that character's place. It makes the person into an every person to some degree, except if you want to be interesting, which this person is not. The only way that this person is interesting is the vampire who's a mind reader can't read her mind. Not because she's a void and there's nothing going on in there, but because she's special. Anyway. Oh, and she's also special because her blood smells really good. Anyway. So, yeah. I mean, and that's just like the like start of things. Things go worse after that. But I was going downstairs and so I read this, like, so I recapped, like, I MS3K'd the script for, like, the full script to my roommates, and I was like, oh, this will never be made into a movie. I was like, it's so bad. I was like, they have a mind reader. They have a vampire mind reader who can see the future. They have a mind reader, sorry, and then they have another vampire that can see the future. And I'm like, you have cactus effed your plot if you have a mind reader and someone who can see the future. If you can see the future, there's no plot to be had. There should be no drama. Like, I mean, there could be drama around seeing the future, but there shouldn't actually be. Anyway, sorry. Anyway, moving along. Sorry. So, and then so the part where my roommates absolutely lost it, dying laughing, was not the vampire bat joke. That they did like that, but the fact that the vampires have to play baseball during a thunderstorm because the crack of their bat, when they hit the ball so hard that it sounds like a thunderclap. My roommates were dying. They were like, I cannot, fail to can. Oh, and the vampires couldn't go out during the day because it sparkles. It glitters. Yeah. The entire vampire mythos would like a word. But anyway, enough of that. Sorry. Back to this. No, they glitter. They literally sparkle. The sunlight sparkles on them. They're like and the script was like they're a perfect predator or something like that, and I was just sort of like, oh boy. Wee. Okay. This is a movie we're screaming now. Yes, yeah. And you finally played around the moose. Nice. Yes, the Reflector Vampire movie now. It's so bad. And then oh god, it's if you feel like you will have a similar perspective to mine and still want to watch Twilight, I highly recommend the riff tracks. You should definitely see it with the riff tracks on. Cuz so after I was proven wrong, yes, I am. After I was proven wrong, and that script was in fact turned into the very movie that was Twilight, because they didn't change the script. The script had some things, like lines that read like the most gorgeous guy walks into the room, like the most gorgeous and pale of them all. This is Edward. And I was like, ugh. Anyway, yes. So, after the movie did come out, I tried to watch it because I'm a masochist apparently, and I made it all of what? I think I made it all of like 16 minutes into the movie, maybe 8. It was 8 or 16 minutes. I made it that far into the movie and then I had to shut it off. I couldn't do it. Like it was so bad that I had to shut this movie off. That is so rare for me. I'm a movie buff. I will watch almost anything. And just like, yeah. I had to turn this off. My friend was coming over that night. She came over and I was like, I only made it 16 minutes in. And she's like, you giant, delicate flower. I'm going to show you that's totally fine. So we rewatched, well, I didn't watch because I was like, I can't. But like she watched up until the part that I had watched and she was like, I'm out. I apologize. I was so wrong. I am sorry. It was so bad. I could not. I was like, is this what we're like? I learned that Stephanie Myers is a Mormon. And that explains kind of a lot about the psychology behind Twilight. It definitely explains a lot. Gotta sub to Disney Plus to watch the. No, go find the riff tracks. Go find the riff tracks. It's out on the web somewhere. It's fantastic, the riff tracks. But yeah. Anyway, sorry. Okay, enough about Twilight. That's my Twilight story. I literally read the script when it was hot off the presses. One of my friends who was working at a studio sent me the script. And then it got made, to my utter horror. And it's a huge thing and a lot of people really like it. And I'm glad that, people have something that they love that much. I wish it weren't that because I think it has pretty problematic messages about love for women. Yeah, if little girls are like, my standard of love is that he stalks me and he comes in my room without my knowledge and watches me sleep, like, I feel like that's sending unhealthy messages. But as long as people are like, hey kids, like if you're watching with your kids, like, yeah. Anyway, all right, Glimmer Burst, 4 mana, draw 2 cards, create a. Oh, that seems good. And it enables the Glimmer stuff from that we've seen previously. Okay. So yeah, I like this. Okay. So this is Inspiration, right? I think Inspiration was the printing of this prior. And Inspiration didn't create anything like that. Yeah. So this was a previous iteration, so they've now added create a 1/1 white Glimmer enchantment creature token. So it's instant speed, so again, it can enable your Eerie stuff, which cares about enchantments coming to play at instant speed, so it can be a combat trick, but you also draw 2 cards. I kind of like this in this format. I think it's an upper low pick to lower mid. I think it could make it to lower mid, actually. We'll see. All right, Meat Locker. Well, that's not scary at all. So we'll click on this one here just to this. Why does the Meat Locker... Oh, Drowned Diner. Okay. So when you unlock this door, tap up to 1 target creature and put 2 stun counters on it for 3 mana at sorcery speed. I made it further into that movie than the relationship. Nice. Oh, God. Sorry. I think that's expensive for this effect. We've seen that effect for like 3 stun counters on it at instance. Well, that's sorcery speed before. I want to say in Dominaria United. No, yeah, Dominaria United. So it's a little expensive, but then you also get the option of this, so I can see why they priced it a little higher. When you lock this door, draw 3 cards, then discard a card. Seems fine. I'm gonna go with upper end of low to... Yeah, upper end of low on that one. Impede momentum, yeah, that's the one. Paranormal Analyst. Well, 2 mana, 1/3. Whenever you manifest dread, put a card you put into your graveyard this way into your hand. Okay, so instead of actually filling up for delirium, you get to draw the second card. Nice. Okay. That you can build around, definitely. I think it's probably a lower end of mid pick, but you can definitely build around that. There's a lot of manifest dread, and making your opponents manifest dread to some degree. So, yeah, I do like this. I think it has to be built around a bit, even though your opponent does do some of that. Okay, so yeah. Piranha Fly, Piranha Fly. It's a fish bug. Okay. 2 mana, 2/1 flying, enters tapped. So it can block things. So we often have like 2 mana, 2/1 flying like Vaporkin, but Vaporkin couldn't block creatures without flying. So they got around that by making it enter tapped. I don't know how much I like this. I haven't seen any synergies that it has. There's a B movie about piranha with wings. Nice. I don't know any synergies that has. It might just be that these stats on a flyer are still fine in this. And that flying is at a huge premium. But so I'm gonna go with upper low just because Vaporkin can be very good in certain sets. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Okay. Scrabbling Skull Crab. Whenever an enchantment you control enters and whenever you fully unlock a room, target player mills 2 cards. I'm sure I'm gonna be beaten to death by like 4 of these. Oh, man. It's gonna be like build around and like it's gonna be this and a ton of enchantments and rooms. And I'm like, oh, God. The art is spectacular. I don't know if you can see this very well, but it is fantastic. This is great. It mills 2 cards, not 3. Like the land crabs do, the like hedron crab. And that's a big difference. Milling 3 is very different, but since there are so many enchantments and they could be pretty cheap, you could mill up to like 4 per turn, which does get pretty significant pretty fast. I feel like it had to be uncommon, otherwise it would be too strong. Even at the 2 cards per enchantment. I think it's a build around. But it can also enable... It also can enable a delirium. Hi, cat. It also can enable delirium if you need to mill yourself, right? I think this is probably like it ranges. It really ranges. I think you could call it once you have enough enchantments. Like if you see this and you can get multiples, I think it's like then you're just drafting enchantments forever. I need to see what kind of removal there are for at like 3 damage as well. I think it's a mid pick, but I think it could be a high mid pick if certain things went right. Stalked Researchers, 2 mana for a 3/3 defender. Whenever an enchantment enters, can attack as though... Okay, that's pretty strong in this particular thing. Red has common 3 damage, black has uncommon 3. Okay, well, we'll see. All right. This seems fine, and there's so many enchantments that this actually might be like the pirate. It might have like utility like the pirate in LCI. The 2 mana pirate that whenever an artifact entered the battlefield, it could attack. There were certain decks that just wanted to go haywire with that. Go ham, sorry. Uh, so, I think this is a completely playable card. So I think it's going to be mid to upper end of low. Um, Stay hidden, stay silent. 2 mana enchant creature, tap enchanted creature, doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. Okay, so this is one of the uses that we had for that white card. Like this. Fear of Abduction can pull the and like Get Out can get pull this, and Fear of Isolation can pull out from under Stay Hidden, Stay Silent, provided you don't have 6 mana to shuffle it into the owner's library. But this is a sleep effect that's cheaper. Because it's 1 and a blue, so it seems pretty good. And then you can also potentially get rid of the creature entirely. Hmm? Whoa. I don't think it's helping to stay hidden and stay silent. I think the monster doesn't care. Also, that monster pretty monstery. Oh, now I have to go back for like 8 years. Okay, they were. But yeah, so this seems good for removal for blue. I'm gonna go with mid to upper end, so mid to upper mid. Tunnel Surveyor, 3 mana 2/2, and enters create a 1/1 white glimmer enchantment creature token. Nice. Always the 3 mana 2/2 body things are really nice, especially since this is glimmer and there's a lot of glimmer. Well, there's not a lot, but there's quite a few glimmer based synergies that we've seen so far. So this enables those. So I'm gonna go with upper low to lower mid. This could make the lower mid because of that. Twist Reality, 3 mana cancel or manifest dread. Okay, it's got some versatility there. I still don't like it very much. But it's another counter spell. So I'm gonna go lower, so upper end of low to lower end of low. I'm sorry, middle end of low. I'm gonna go middle end of low. I don't really think this is great. It's fine. It's fine. It's probably lower end of sorry, upper end of low. Unable to scream, 1 mana enchant creature loses all abilities and is a toy artifact creature with base power and on toughness 0/2 in addition to its other types. As long as enchanted creature is face down, it can't be turned face up. Okay. So you can target a metamorphed thing, a manifest creature, sorry. Manifested, I can talk. Manifested creature you can target, make an 0/2 and make it not able to be turned face up, loses all abilities. But again, this stay silent, unable to scream, these are definitely reasons that you're going to want to run like things like Get Out or the other bouncy bits. Makes the Fear of Isolation better, makes a bunch of the other things better. Manifest, you make it 2/2 face down. Manifest Dread, you also put a card into your graveyard. You look at the top 2 to manifest. Look at the top 2 cards of your library, put 1 onto the battlefield face down as a 2/2 creature, and the other into your graveyard. So the fact that blue's removal is more sleep effect slash froggy effects does mean that the bounce stuff is pretty good. Underwater water tunnel. When you unlock the store, surveil 2. Okay. When you unlock the store, manifest dread, then put a plus one counter on that creature. Okay. Upper end of low, just because it's a room. The difference is power creep. Yeah. Unnerving Grasp. 3 mana, return up to 1 target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. At sorcery speed. Manifest Dread. It's up to 1, so you can just Manifest Dread if you want. You can get a room back for more value. You can pull back an enchantment. The sad thing is it's sorcery speed, so you can't pay... You can't... If you have 1,000,000 mana, literally. If you have like 9 mana, you can't pay to do this. And then instant speed, get this back while you shuffle the creature. Ah, well. Yeah, I like this card. I think it's going to be a middle of the mid pick. Could end up being upper mid. But it's pretty sweet. Unwilling Vessel, 3 mana, 3/2 Vigilance. Whenever an enchantment you control enters, put a possession counter on it. When it dies, create an XX blue spirit creature token with flying where X is the number of counters on it. I like this card. I don't like the art, but the art, the flavor of the art is good. I just don't like the execution. This not my favorite. So I'm gonna go mid to upper mid on this one. Middle of the mid to upper mid. It seems really good and quite strong in this format. The only problem was bounce. Like once you accumulate those counters and they bounce it, that's gonna be sad, but there you are. Seems pretty decent for a 3 mana 3/2 Vigilance. Again, the 2 toughness is not so good because we've seen like 1 mana 2/1s and 2 mana a lot of 2 mana 2/2. So this isn't gonna get in very often unless you have pump or remove stuff in the way. But because you're enchanting stuff with this, it's really meant to be in the enchant stuff. You're often gonna get value in the when it dies, so that's nice. Vanish from sight, 4 mana, target non-land permanent's owner puts it on top or bottom. So this Grip Tide, but they get to choose top or bottom and then surveil 1. And it's instant speed. So that's, I mean, that always has a place in blue, I think. It's blue's effective removal beyond the like enchantment based stuff. The sleep and froggy based. So I think it has a place. I think it's a upper end of low pick, but I think it definitely has a place. All right. Appendage Amalgam. 3 mana 3/2 flash. When it attacks, surveil 1. And it's an enchantment creature. Okay. Upper end of low. It's good enough to play. Seems fine. The fact that it's flash enchantment and that does enable eerie stuff is always really appealing. So this could go up, but I don't think by much. Balemurk Leech, 2 mana 2/2. When an enchantment you control enters and whenever you fully unlock a room, each opponent loses 1 life. Ooh, I can see some interesting things happening there. The reason Mana War, so yes, it does have a slightly more versatile bounce effect. But Mana War can be reused. So, the idea is that since there's so many bounce effects in this, if you had a Mana War in play, you could bounce it to your hand and then get the ETB again. But since that's just a sorcery, you can't. I think that was Edge Case's point. So Balemurk Leech, 2 mana 2. Oh, this could, I mean, I can see myself losing to this card. Absolutely. I think this is an upper end of low pick, but I think there's a chance that I'm undervaluing it, and it could reach lower end of mid. Cackling Slasher. That's so creepy. Okay. 4 mana 3/3 Death Touch. Okay. Enters with a +1/+1 counter on it if a creature died this turn. All right, so it's like Morbid. Okay. Why did they not do Morbid on that? Isn't Morbid that mechanic? If a creature died this turn? Hold on. Yeah, if a creature's died the same turn. That's morbid. Why invent a keyword and make us learn it if you're not going to use it? I don't care that this isn't Innistrad. It can still have a keyword from a previous set. So that's why we have Vigilance. Like, that's so annoying. Anyway, sorry. They use landfall all the time. Exactly. Like, and that was like a Zendikar thing, right? Like, it's just annoying. I'm sorry. The inconsistency. Yeah. All right. Anyway, 4 mana, 3/3 death touch gets, so it could be a 4/4 if a creature died this turn. That's fine. It's not exciting. It's an upper end of low pick, still playable. Probably a mid of the mid. I don't know. Okay, so the flavor text on this is really super creepy. Every death was funnier than the last until his howling laughter drowned out his victims' screams. Oh, that can just rock me to sleep tonight. Anyway, this card, the art and the flavor text, I feel like the card should be better than it is. Because that is some really spectacular art, some really good flavor text, if you want to be creeped out. And yeah, so there we are. Hey, Roast Beef, how are you? Happy horror afternoon. But yeah, anyway, I'm not excited about this card. It's fine. Commune with Evil, 3 mana sorcery. Look at the top 4 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand and the rest in your graveyard. You gain 3 life. You gain life for drawing in black? Excuse me? So it's 1 more mana for an impulse that fills up your graveyard in black, which wants to fill up its graveyard at sorcery speed instead of instant. And you gain 3 life. So the downside is the 1 extra mana and it's not an instant, but the rest of it is crazy. I have some EDH decks that want to play this. This is a good card. I need to see the Delirium stuffs, but I think this is a perfectly playable card. Especially since we've seen Recursion. I've been told there's Delirium. And there's definitely yeah, anyway, it seems good. Seems really good. It's card selection in the top 4. And you gain 3 life, which helps offset the use of the card and 3 mana in a turn. So yeah, I like this card. I think this is a middle of the mid pick, but it could be upper mid at some points. I have to see the Delirium stuff yet. I haven't seen it yet, so I don't want to see it. Cracked Skull, 3 mana enchant creature. When it enters, look at target player's hand. You choose a non-land card from it. That player discards that card. When enchanted creature is dealt damage, destroy it. Okay, I'm not sure how I'm going to value this just yet. Aspect of Lamprey, which was 3 mana and a black for an enchant creature that gave lifelink to the creature but also made your opponent discard 2, was very good in its format. That was a long time ago. In Theros. It was a lot slower, a lot less powerful. But given that there's so many rares and mythics and play boosters, I've been a little bit more open to being able to look an opponent's hand and select a card and remove it. The fact that we might be enabling recursion slash delirium is a little interesting. And again, you're not getting kill spell or lifelink. You're getting, if you know that you get to deal damage to this creature, so it makes them more wary of attacking, more wary of blocking. It seems okay to me. Like, I think this card is okay. I think it's gonna be a lower mid pick to upper low pick, but it could be much worse than I think. I think it's okay. But it doesn't do anything if you don't have a creature on the board. So you have to have a creature. And if they remove your creature on the board, then all you're doing is looking at a non-land card and making them discard it, because you have no way to kill the creature if it attacks or blocks. I think it's okay. I don't think it's great. I don't think it's horrid. I think it's probably an upper low pick. But I think it can do work. As long as you don't target a flyer. Or if you're in red. If you're in red, I think, because you're able to do direct damage in red. I think if you're in red, this is a better card. In red-black. So I think this goes up in red-black and then down in everything else. So I think it hits like lower mid in red-black, and then sorry, maybe upper low in red-black, and then mid-low in anything else. I don't know how to value this card yet. It depends also how, like, what the format looks like. This one I really don't know. I go back and forth between like whether it could possibly reach lower mid. Anyway, Cynical Loner, 2 mana 3/1, already good stats. Can't be blocked by glimmers. Okay. There are a lot of little 1/1 glimmers, of course. And there's some bigger ones. Okay. At the beginning of your second main phase, if Cynical Loner is tapped, you may search your library for a card, put it into your graveyard, then shuffle. I think this is a good aggressive attacker. If it survives, I think you get the value for Delirium or the reanimation stuff. I think you also can, like, thin your deck of lands for late game, right? It can help you make sure that you're hitting gas in your late game. So I do think this card is pretty good. I think it's a middle of the mid picks, but it could be upper mid if you're already really aggressive. Seems pretty decent, just as an aggro deck form. All right, Dashing Bloodsucker, 4 mana. I assume this is Blade. 4 mana, 2/5. Wesley looks a little different. 4 mana, 2/5 Eerie. Whenever an enchantment enters and whenever you fully unlock a room, it gets +2/+1, gains lifelink. So it becomes a 4/5 lifelink when you play an. Okay, but it can also be bigger and bigger because you can play multiple. Yeah, this one's fine. Okay, so I think it's middle of the mid. This is a beautiful card. Nice artwork. Back. Okay. Anyway, whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, create a 2/2 black horror enchantment creature token. Triggers only once per turn. Okay. Blade was way better than Blade was great. So whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, create a 2/2. Okay, so triggers only so with recursion, that's nice. All right. When you unlock this door, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. So that triggers this. Okay. In a heavy recursion deck, I like that. I like that a lot. I think this is going to be I think it's a middle of the mid pick, but it could be upper mid by the end of this. When you unlock this door, you draw 2 cards and you lose 2 life for 3 mana. So without the scry of Read the Bones. So it's like 1 more mana for a Night's Whisper. Still seems fine. Not great, but fine. Whenever creature control attacks alone, gains +1/+0 and gains Death Touch until end of turn. That can be pretty painful over time. I kind of like that. It can also make things not want to block something that has Survivor, so that seems okay. I think this is an upper end of low pick. Fanatic of the Harrowing, 4 mana 2/2. When it enters, each player discards a card. If you discarded a card this way, draw a card. Okay. So you get to replace the card. So basically you get to rummage and your opponent has to discard a card. For 4 mana and on a 2/2 body. And you get to time it so you prepare for when exactly to play it for maximum effect. I like this card. I think it's an upper end of low. Seems decent. Fear of Lost Teeth. 1 mana 1/1. When it dies, it deals 1 damage to any target and you gain 1 life. There's got to be something going on with this one. There's got to be, right? Is there a combo with this that I don't know? Oh wait, it might just be that it's an enchantment and it's like a festering goblin, but the -1/-1 was different from the 1 damage, and you also gain a life, which is interesting. Is there any life gain synergy stuff? This will go up. I think this is a mid end of low, but it could go up in my estimation depending on whether there are life gain synergies, whether there are sack synergies, if you have like a sacrifice card for it, etc. Fear of the Dark, 5 mana 5/5. That's a fine ROI. Whenever Fear of the Dark attacks, a defending player controls no Glimmer creatures, it gains Menace and Death Touch until end turn. Okay, perfectly serviceable card. Upper end of low. Final Vengeance. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature or enchantment, exile target creature. Okay, seems fine. It's a bone shards that exiles instead of destroys, and you can also choose to sacrifice an enchantment instead. Okay, yeah, seems good. I think it's gonna be a mid to low mid of the removal spell type things here. I think it's decent. Give in to Violence, 2 mana +2/+2 and gains lifelink. I can see that changing the course of some of the games too. It's a fine combat trick. It's not great. Fine, just upper end of low or mid of low. Well, no, upper end of low. Especially depending on lifelink synergies, it might go up. Innocuous Rat, 2/1/1. When it dies, manifest dread. Oh, okay. So that's effectively getting... Yeah, no, I like this card. Okay, so that's effectively getting 3 power for 2 mana. There are going to be times when that's not great because you're just going to want a 2/2 to be able to attack well. So this is better for a more controlling deck, I think, than a really aggressive deck, unless you have a lot of pump. Yeah, seems fine for enabling the more controlling decks that care about delirium, etc. If that's gonna be a thing. Okay. I don't think it looks innocuous, by the way. An innocuous rat doesn't have all of that crap going on. I'm pretty sure that if it were innocuous, it would just look like a rat. Just saying. Anyway, Killer's Mask. So this is a reference to Halloween, it looks like, as opposed to like Scream. But yeah, 3 mana. When Killer's Mask enters, manifest dread. Then attach Killer's Mask to that creature has menace. So we've seen the blue one that gives it flying, this that gives it menace. Okay, interesting. It seems okay. Like, it seems as good as the other one. I think it's gonna be like mid to low mid. I think the flying's more important than menace. depending on how much death touch we see overall. Like this can have death touch. This has death touch, but I don't know. I think the flyer is better. Let's play. It's still fine, but like I think the flyer is slightly better. Let's play a game. That's Saw. 4 mana. Delirium. Use a Delirium card. Okay, choose one. If there are 4 or more card types among cards in your graveyard, choose 1 or more instead, so you can choose up to all 3. Creatures your opponents control get -1/-1 until end of turn. We've seen a lot of 1 toughness creatures. Okay. Each opponent discards 2 cards. Not bad. Each opponent loses 3 life and you gain 3 life. I like this card. I think this is a mid to upper mid. It could be upper mid depending on how easily you get Delirium, but I think it's mid on a whole. And if you've already got really good stuff for Delirium, I think it's probably going to be an upper mid card. And it may be upper mid anyway, and I'm just undervaluing these things, but this seems good. Live or Die, 5 mana, choose 1, return target creature from your graveyard to the battle. Okay, so it's another, but it's instant. Whoa! Okay, this is an upper mid to lower high pick for me. Here's why. It's instant speed, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. So you can just, it's not tapped, it's not, like, it's like, so it's for 1 mana fewer than back from where you don't fight something. But sometimes in back from where you didn't want to fight something anyway. So, but this is graveyard to the battlefield, so you can block with it, or you can just destroy target creature. I like the versatility. I think this is an upper mid pick. This is great to lower high pick. This is a very good card. Even at 5 mana to destroy target creature is a little slow at instant speed, and return card, but because you can choose, and I think this is the stronger mode here, because if you just get back a bomb, that's great. But if you also just get back a card to block when they were not expecting it, that's just fantastic. You do have to worry a little bit about, because we've seen a couple counter spells that may cause issues. So this is something to keep in mind when your opponent has 5 mana up in black. Always. So really, really interesting. So this is a really good card. I like that card. Miasma Demon, 6 mana, 5/4 flyer. When it enters, you can discard any number of cards. When you do, up to that many target creatures each get -2/-2 until end of turn. That is a hell of a way for a control deck to come back into the game. Interesting. In limited, you rarely have, like, unless you have a really good draw effect deck, you rarely have a lot of cards left when you're playing a 6-drop. But if you know you have this in your deck, you can hang on to spare lands, even though you might want to discard them to you're not gonna have spare lands. You can go to 6. Yeah. But if you've already, like, if it's later in the game and you know that you have this card, you can hang on to some lands to do this. It's mostly just a 5/4 flyer for 6. But it can have some really good times. I'm sure this is going to blow people out at some point. But again, like, you are keeping cards in hand that you're not going to be discarding to various stuff. I'm going to go mid on this one. But I could see, like, if you're a really good draw deck, I think you could definitely put this on the upper mid. Murder is a great kill spell. This is going to be a upper mid pick. Pretty darn good. It's common nowadays. Nowhere to Run, 2 mana flash. When it enters, target creature and opponent controls gets -3 still until end of turn. That's already really good. Last Gasp as an effect. Flash, instant speed. It's Last Gasp. This is fantastic. Because it's a good combat trick and it's a good kill spell. Creatures your opponents control can be the target of spells and abilities as though they didn't have hexproof. Ward abilities don't trigger. That's just an added bonus. It's an enchantment, so at flash speed, so it can be a combat trick on its own without the -3/-3, but then it also is a combat trick if you need it -3/-3, or you can just kill a creature. This is a fantastic card. This is an upper mid pick. It is very, very good. Osseous Stick Twister. 2 mana, 2/2, lifelink, Scarecrow. Delirium. At the beginning of your end step, if there are 4 or more card types, blah, 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 each opponent may sacrifice a non-land permanent or discard a card. Then Osseous Stick Twister deals damage equal to its power to each opponent who didn't sacrifice a permanent or discard a card this way. Not bad. I like it. I think it's mid-mid, middle of the mid, but it could be upper mid in some particular decks. But I like it. 2/2 bear that has lifelink is already nice, and then it has an upside. So for later, seems nice. Okay. Popular Egotist. Are there such things? Anyway, 3 mana, 3/2. 1 and a black. Sacrifice another creature enchantment. It gains indestructible until end of turn. Tap it. Ooh. Hey, Romaraki, how are you doing? So, and then you tap it for that. Okay. So that, as a sack effect for the Innocuous Rat, is pretty cool. And for this, whenever you sacrifice a permanent, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. So here's the sack a permanent thing that I was talking about. It doesn't actually, it's not good enough. Like, I haven't seen enough yet to really make a sack deck viable, but we could over time. We'll see. But I think this is like gaining indestructible, and just the threat of this on attack is really nice. So I think this is a middle of the mid pick, but it could be upper mid. Like it could very well get there. I'm not a huge fan of the art, but like, so this art is like just the style, not the actual, like the storytelling is nice in it. This is definitely the art depiction of, I don't have to outrun the bear, I just have to outrun you. But this is thrusting behind here. But yeah, this seems like a really good card for a limited. Resurrected Cultist, 3 mana, 4/1. Delirium, 2 and 2 black. Return it from the graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it, only with Delirium. Okay. And only as a sorcery. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's useful. It's a 3 mana, 4 power creature. It can, in aggressive decks, it's pretty good because it can also get you value later. After trading up, hopefully. Or even in a control deck, sorry. It can trade up on the block, and then it can also come back. There's 2 values for this depending on whether you have pump in an aggressive deck or whether you are more controlling. I think this is upper low pick, probably. Maybe mid low, but still playable. It has versatility. Spectral Snatcher, 6 mana, 6/5 ward, discard a card, swamp cycling. Okay, swamp cycling. These are still the good stuff to do that. Okay. And ward, discard a card is pretty darn strong. But the fun thing about Nowhere to Run is that doesn't happen. Okay, sorry. But yeah, this is going to be the same position as all the other cyclers. Sporogenic Infection. 2 men. Okay, so this is going to be Last of Us. 2 mana, enchant creature. When it enters, target player sacrifice a creature other than enchanted creature. And when enchanted creature is dealt damage, destroy. Okay, going to be best in Rakdos, most likely. This is other than enchanted creature, which is interesting. So you can... this is really nice because if there's like a token and a major creature, you just infect the token, and then they lose the creature. This is pretty good. I like this a lot. So I think this is going to be decent removal in black. Obviously, if they have like a ton of tokens, this is rough. But I haven't seen quite enough to be that. And like, this seems fine. because you can also then destroy the creature when it is dealt damage. So I think this is probably a mid pick to upper mid pick. Valgavoth's Faithful, 1 mana, 1/1, 4 mana, sacrifice it, return target creature from another recursion spell. Nice. This is really nice, especially with that room that we saw earlier. This lovely, like, Defiled Crypt Cadaver Lab. And then just general recursion stuff, really nice. It's another reason that remove target, like I think it was a 2/1 Savannah Lion's better, that when it attacks you remove a creature. When it attacks and survives, the survivor stuff is to remove a creature card from their graveyard or something like that. Seems pretty good. So this seems pretty nice. So 1 drop early, and then you can also get value later. I like it. So I think this is middle of the mid. Could be upper mid. It is a 1 mana 1/1, and we have seen something that all things get -1/-1 until end of turn. This Let's Play a game. That can be really rough if you have this on the board and you're relying on it for later game value. But you can sacrifice at the turn it comes into play, so it can be just a 5 mana recursion spell. So, yeah, okay. Remember also, though, that it says activate only as a sorcery, so you can't block and then return something. That's not how this works. Okay. Vile Mutilator, 7 mana, 6/5, at its additional cost, sacrifice a creature enchantment Flample. When it enters, each opponent sacrifices a non-token enchantment and a non-token creature. Wow. So you have to make it to 7, but it seems, and you sacrifice something too. But it's likely you'll have something. I mean, obviously, if you draw it with nothing on the board, it sucks. Just like the 6 mana one from in white. So I think, and it's sacrifice synergy, so remember it works well with this. I think this one's probably the same as that other one. It's probably a low mid. I think that's probably correct. Winter's Intervention, 2 mana, deals 2 damage to target creature, you gain 2 life. So it's Sorin's Thirst at instant speed. But for a colorless rather than double black. This is just the commons and uncommons, because that's what you're going to encounter most frequently in a draft. So this is basically not as good as Deadweight, but it does gain you 2 life at instant speed. So what it can do is change math a lot. I really like this card as removal early, and I like it as the final. So it can change, like, just like it can change the final, like, opponent thinks they have lethal, and then you gain the 2 life, right? So not only do you remove a blocker, but you also gain 2 life. So you have to be careful of this one. This is a nice one. I like this. This is going to be a middle of the mid pick to me. Withering Torment. Now I'm upset. I suppose they already broke the color pie with Feed the Swarm. But black is not supposed to be able to destroy enchantments. That's not its thing. Or it didn't used to be. Feed the Swarm was the first one that really did it. But this card is stupid strong in this set. Really, really strong in this set. So I'm going to go upper mid. to lower high. This is, yeah. Like, it was frustrating that black couldn't remove enchantments, couldn't deal with enchantments. But maybe enchantments have gotten so prevalent nowadays, now that you can have creature-based enchantments um and so many enchantment synergies. Um that maybe they just have to have it at this point, that it's just, you know, game over if black gets against a particular enchantment or whatever. It feels weird to me. Sorry, I'm a boomer. Magic boomer. Um yeah, red also couldn't tackle enchantments. Where's red's enchantment removal? Like, you only gonna give it to black? Because, like, feed the swarm, right? So this was the first time I ever saw enchantment, like destroy enchantment, the words together on a black magic card. Yeah. So this is a really good card. Like I said, pick it at that point. Okay. Bedhead Bestie. Mountain cycling again, same point as all the cyclers. Betrayer's Bargain, 2-mana instant, sacrifice a creature enchantment or pay 2. So you can pay 4 or sacrifice a creature enchantment, pay 2. Deals 5 damage to target creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. I'll pay 4 for 5 damage at instant speed. This is great. Middle of the mid to upper mid. Boiler Bilge's Ripper. I mean, if it's a boiler room, is that a reference to Nightmare on Elm Street? Hellraiser? Okay. When it enters, you may sacrifice another creature enchantment. When you do, deals 2 damage to any target. So 5 mana for 4/4 is only okay, especially there. When it enters, you can sacrifice another creature enchantment. So you can choose to. So it's a 5 mana 4/4, but you can also deal 2 damage to any target. So you can go face or go to a creature. That seems fine. I think it's an upper low pick. Clockwork Percussionist, 1 mana, 1/1 haste. When it dies, exile the top of the card of your library. You can play it until the end of your next turn. Eh. Hi, Floof. You playing with your mousey? Hi, good boy. Hi, good boy. You're playing with your mousey. All right. Diversion Specialist, 4 mana, 4/3 menace. That's already really good stats. It is sacrifice fodder, definitely. I just don't think it's that good sacrifice fodder. Like, it's fine. Mousy is a top pick. Hey, good boy. Oh, I got messages. Hold on, sorry. Oh, my package was delivered. Cool. I have an outfit for tomorrow. It was delivered. Yay! It was supposed to be delivered yesterday, but oh well. Diversion Specialist, 4 mana, 4/3 menace is nice already. I like that. 1 mana, sacrifice another creature. The only problem with it is that it dies to the nowhere to run, but oh well. Okay. 1, sacrifice another creature enchantment, exile the top card of your library, you can play that this turn. That's strong. I like this card. This is a mid-mid to upper mid pick. Probably mid-mid. Feed the Swarm was before Shadow the Oath. Feed the Swarm was Zendikar Rising. Woe was after that. So Feed the Swarm was still the first time I'd ever seen Destroy Target enchantment on that. Since then, there have been other ones like the Woe one and the 5-mana one from Bloomburrow that makes an opponent sacrifice an enchantment. And the Beholder from AFR. Diversion. So yeah, I like this card. I think this is a mid, but could be upper mid. I think it's mid, but could make it upper mid, especially in the sacrifice deck. Fear of Being Hunted, 3-mana 4/2 haste. Nice. Must be blocked if able. Super sweet. I like it. I like this card. This is a good one. Also, I don't like the art and I don't want to see this card, so I'm not going to play it because it's really good, but ew. That's an ew. I do not like. Ugh. Okay. Heebie-jeebies. All right. Yeah, this is a good card. I would take it probably mid, might make it to upper mid. I don't know. 6-mana 4/4. When it enters, it deals 4 damage to each opponent. Wow. That is going to end so many games. You're going to have to not get below 5 in this. It's like Lava Axe part 2. Whenever a source you control deals non-common damage to opponent, if there are 4 more times, deals that amount of damage to target creature that player controls. Yeah. Okay, so this is a mid pick. It can be upper mid, but you don't want too many of them because of the casting cost, of course. Yeah. It seems, yeah, it's fine. Like, think MH3, the 6-mana 4 damage spell. That was pretty sweet. I think that, I forget whether that one could go to creatures as well as face. I forget. But this is just a nice 4 damage spell on a body. And then you can also have an upside here to be able to kill a creature as well, right? So that seems nice. Wait, question. Why doesn't this read deals 4 damage to target creature that player controls? Is it because they would have to say as well? Oh, no, I see. I got it. I'm just being an idiot. Whenever a source you control deals, so it's any source, if you have Delirium. Yeah, this card is good. I don't want too many of them in my deck, but I like this card. I think it's a mid to upper mid pick. But I think you don't want more than like one really, unless you ramp well. Okay. Glassworks, when you unlock this room, 4 damage to card. Yeah, this is okay, I don't even need to read this. Okay, so 4 damage for 3, even at sorcery speed, is super sweet. It's an enchantment. It has all those synergies. I really like this. I think this is a mid pick. Have fun, Griddle. Grab the prize. That's some artwork. Okay. So you can deal 2 damage to each opponent if you discard. So it's Tormenting Voice it's a sorcery speed thing. Discard a card, 2 mana. Draw 2 cards. If this discarded card once in the land, card deals 2 damage to each opponent. Unfortunately, the keyhole turned out to be located in an even larger, scarier clown mouth. Oh, jeez. Fair. So it has some upside for, as far as Tormenting Voice, it cares whether the card was a land or not. Can help you achieve Delirium. Seems fine. Again, we still haven't noticed any, instant and sorcery-based synergies. Other than adding sorcery or instant to your graveyard for Delirium, we haven't sort of seen, when you cast an instant or sorcery, blah. So, cards like this are more for, drawing through stuff and enabling Delirium than they are for just, getting value off of casting spells. So again, it's going to be where Tormenting Voice has always been, in sets without huge spell synergies. So probably upper low to middle low. Hand that feeds. I assume this is not a reference to the Thing. Sorry, to Thing from Addams Family, because it looks a lot more mean than, what's it? 2 mana, 2/2, Delirium. When it attacks while there are 4 more cards, it gets +2/+0 and gains mana. So it becomes a 4/2 menace if you have Delirium. Hi, kitten. This chair is gonna suffer. Yeah. If Thing turned rabid, yeah. That flavor text is something else. In the darkness, Lana reached for Shay's hand and squeezed it for comfort. Then she heard Shay call to her from the next room. That's gross. Okay. All right. So mid-low to upper low sometimes, maybe. I want to go mid-low on that one. I don't think that one's great. Unless you can achieve Delirium pretty quickly, in which case it'll get to upper low. All right. Impossible Inferno. 5 mana. Normally I like stuff like this because it's okay early because it's just a bear, and then it has usefulness later by getting, +2/+0 and menace, but I think there are better 2-drops that we've seen. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay. Impossible Inferno, 6 damage to target creature, 5 mana instant speed. If there are 4 more card types, you can play the next thing until your end of your next turn. Okay. Well, it's not the worst, but you don't really want to be running 5 mana removal spells with 6 damage there. It's fine as a removal spell, so it's going to be upper low pick. It's just not exciting at all. And you don't want to run too many of them because it's too slow. Infernal Phantom, 4 mana, 2/3 with the Eerie, +2/+0. When it dies, it deals damage equal to its power to any target. Oh, crap. That could go so poorly. I think this card is really good. I think this card is really scary. That card is really scary. I think this is an upper mid pick. I think this card can be gross. I know 2/3 for 4 is a horrible ROI, but when you consider that it also has on its reading, right, at the base of it, right, when it dies, deal 2 to anything, I think that this could have a really scary set of if it lives to the next turn and you have 5 mana and you can cast 2 enchantments, that's attacking for 6, and if they happen to kill it, or you have a sacrifice effect, ugh. And if any of those enchantments are pump spells, yeah. I think this card is scary. I'm gonna lose this card a lot. Great. Cool. I think this is a really good card. All right, Irreverent Gremlin. Yeah, we've seen we've seen a lot of sacrifice effects. So we've seen Diversion Specialist, we've seen Ripper here, we've seen, as an additional cost, sacrifice a creature enchantment on the Betrayer's Bargain here. We've seen two things, this and the 6 mana enchantment flyer in white that as an additional cost sacrifice a creature or enchantment. This thing sacrifices them and to gain indestructible. We've seen enough of the sacrifice effects now for me to believe that that's definitely something to do. Anyway, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Yeah, let's do it. Also, it's really freaking cute. So ugly cute. I love it. Whenever another creature you control with power 2 or less enters, you may rummage. Nice. Only once each turn. This is a super good card. I like this card. This is a mid pick to upper mid. It's just a really solid 2-drop. Most Valuable Slayer. 4 mana, 2/4. Whenever you attack, target attacking creature gets +1/+1 and gains first strike until end of turn. Not bad. Upper low. Could make it like that other one to lower mid, but I'm not sure yet, either of them. Norin! Okay. Swift Survivalist. Well, Ivanhoe, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, it was... Oh, you were all so kind and generous and just restore my faith in humanity, like, all the time. I really appreciate your generosity and compassion in those amazing donations. That we raised $1,075 on our portion of the stream for the American Cancer Society, and overall I think the total was like $11,000 for all the streamers for the days, and no thanks to me, because we did not have a good time for Magic that night. We did double Mythic, the streamers together. We all made it to Mythic in both on that account in both Constructed and Limited, so that's sweet. I played no role in that though. Like, I don't even think we like ranked up beyond like one section of gold, which was so pathetic. But yeah. All right, can't block. 2/1. Whenever a creature you control becomes blocked, you may exile it. You may play that card from exile this turn. Okay, so it's a good aggressive card. It also means that any combat that an opponent would win against a particular creature, you could just or any favorable blocks that they could have, you could change that and then recast the card. You could also get value out of ETBing again, which is interesting if they block. Okay. I think this card is pretty good. I think I would go middle of the mid, but it seems like it have good synergies. Yeah, seems okay. Okay, so this one, when you unlock the store, exile the top 2 cards for 3 mana and play them until the end of the next turn. Whenever you attacking creatures, the right side seems better than the left. I think I'd play this early and this late. It seems okay. I think it's probably a upper low pick. But in really aggressive red decks, I think you could probably it would make it to the low end of mid. Piggy Bank, 2 mana, 3/2. When it dies, create a treasure token. I like it. It seems good. It seems terrifying. It's got teeth where its stomach should be. And like a million eyes. Okay. And the window has teeth for whatever reason. There's just a lot of teeth going on here, and I don't think that necessarily has to happen. Remember when you smashed me for a little oh god, that's terrifying. Yeah, so this is a good card. I like this. This is a mid to upper mid. If you really like, it's gonna go up in, you know, value as you need to round out your 2-drops, but it's a good statted 2-drop that also ramps you when it dies, so it's nice. Thanks for that, Serge. Really, I really appreciate it. I could have gone a long time without noticing that and been happier. Freaking eyes on its tail. If there's something like truly disturbing in one of these, don't point it out. Just let me live in ignorance, in blissful ignorance for a while longer. Anyway, moving along. Oh, they brought back Pyroclasm. Is this Evil Dead with a flamethrower? No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just having a laugh. There are actually a lot of smaller ones as well. Yeah, so I think for the red aggressive decks don't want this because it's going to kill all their creatures. But if you are playing against an aggressive deck, you probably will want that. And to cleanse all the manifested creatures. Don't remember, maybe aliens. Yeah, maybe. That definitely could be. Good art. So this is Annabelle? No. That was more of a doll than a Raggedy Ann type. Yeah. Eh. 1 in tap, target creature power 2 or less can't be blocked this turn for a 2-mana 2/2. Usually that's on a 2/1 body. In the past we've had that, and it doesn't require a 1 mana to tap. But this is nice for enabling the survivor mechanic, so I do like this card. I think it's an upper low pick, but it could actually go higher depending on how many of your creatures have the survival. Okay. The original Annabelle was a Raggedy Ann. Okay. Rampaging Soul Rager. Yes, this goes up if you have a lot of survival stuff. Sorry, I had to get a text from a student there. I had to check. Wait. More texts. Hold on. Sorry. Okay, so Soul Rager, 3 mana 1/4 plus super as long as there are 2 or more unlocked doors among rooms you control. So it could be a 3 mana 4/4, but you get so much good stuff from unlocking rooms. Who's saying IRL about what? I don't know. This one, I mean, it seems nice while you have the things. I don't think Annabelle's real. I don't think we go IRL about any horror things unless they're like actual serial killers or like things that could happen. Anyway, sorry. I'm having trouble understanding what your questions though. Wait, are you trying to say that that Annabelle was based on a short like a true story? That sounds horrifying. Wow. Supposedly possessed doll. Well, okay. Good times. Okay. So Rampaging Soul Rager, I think, is not something that I really want to play. I think it's gonna be like the 1/4 body for 3 is not great. 2 or more unlocked doors. If you play the early, like if you prioritize rooms, this is still doesn't seem as good as you could do for stuff. All right, hold on. I gotta read this. Conjuring. What? What behavior? Yeah. How dare it look at me? Yeah, okay. Nice. Okay. So, uh Razorkin Horde Collar. 5 mana 4/4 haste. Ooh, we're really not gonna want to get below five life with this. There are multiple 4 power things with haste or things that do 4 damage to face. Interesting. Okay. Whenever you attack, create a 1. Whoa! Whenever you. Oh God. Okay, so it's 5 power. Okay, yeah, I like this card. You're not gonna want too many of them again because it's a 5-drop, but I think this is a mid to upper mid pick. Okay. It gets upper mid if you don't have one. It gets mid if you already have one, and then I think after that you don't want another one. But it seems really good as a top end in a red deck because it's gonna keep pumping out those gremlins. It doesn't have to attack to do so. You can just attack with something else. I think like if you have a red blue flyers deck, also this is pretty good. Rip Chain Razor, because the flyers can get in and create the 1/1s as well. Rip Chain Razorkin, 4 mana 5/3 reach. Why? Okay, anyway, sacrifice a land, draw a card. That effect has been decent in the past on things like the Crabby Giant that could also make you a treasure from Woe. I don't like the 3 toughness though, but I mean, this is a card that can get you out of flood a little bit, but get you into more cards. But we've seen a few other things that can get you more cards anyway that are a little bit better. So this is a upper low pick. It's still fine statted. It's just not great. And it can have some utility. Okay. Scorching Dragonfire is back. Okay, maybe we just know on this card. Like, that's 2 different things like that we've seen that are easy to play that do 3 damage. At common. I don't know about this. So Scorching Dragonfire is great as a removal spell. You get to exile as well, which is really good, really important in this format because we've seen so much recursion. Supernatural was just repetitive after like the first 2. I think into the second season it starts to get like the same story over and over again. I liked some parts of it after that, but this is very good. So it's really important in this because there's a lot of recursion to exile, so that's actually a really important line of text. I think this is going to be an upper mid pick. I think it's a really good removal spell in this format. Ticket Booth and Tunnel of Hate. So when you unlock the Manifest Dread, okay, 3 mana for a 2/2, and then also fill up the graveyard a little bit. Whenever you attack target attacking greens, gain double strike until end turn. You can do that at the end of the thing. That's fine. Maybe this card is going to be better than I think it is. Maybe it can be upper end of low as opposed to like mid end of low. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, this one seems fine. It's not great. I think it's upper end of low. Trial of Agony. Two target creatures controlled by the same opponent. That player chooses one of those creatures. Trial of Agony deals 5 damage to that creature, and the other can't block this turn. No, you don't care about telegraphing this. That's fine. The gaining double strike for 6 is just like you can keep attacking with double strike. That's totally fine. Like that's totally fine. This is a fine card for both sides. It's not, you don't care about telegraphing that. It's just expensive. Trial of Agony seems good. The fact that the opponent chooses one of those creatures is a little rough. But I feel like 5 damage is going to kill most things. Not all, but most. And the other can't block. So hopefully that's taking 2 blockers out of the equation. I think this is a mid-mid pick to low-mid pick. But I think it can do some stuffs. Like, if you pick 2 creatures that... Wait, I mean... If you pick 2 creatures that are going to die and you don't mind which one dies, it's still just a good removal spell. So I think this is a mid-mid pick and could even be an upper mid pick. Giving opponents choices is never fun. Turn Inside Out. That's gross. Okay. 1 mana instant +3/+0 until end of turn. When it dies, Manifest Dread. Okay. This has been statistically in the past really good. Like we've had some really good +2/+0, and when it dies, come back with a 2/2. That was in Strixhaven, I think. It was a good card in the Boros decks because it could make the creature trade up and then also replace itself. At 1 mana, that's not too bad. So I think this is a pretty good trick. It's Pennywise, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think this is a pretty good trick. I don't think it's a high pick, but it's a pretty good trick. So I think it's probably on the upper end of low. Untimely Malfunction. 2 mana, destroy target artifact, change the target spell or ability with a single target. 1 or 2 target creatures can't block this turn. Nice. That is really versatile. Artifacts we care about less in this than enchantments so far. We haven't gotten to the artifacts yet, though. So, I mean, we've seen a few artifact creatures, actually, that we would like to kill. But they're less scary to me than the enchantment creatures, which tend to be bigger and more synergistic. But the versatility on this I really like. Change the target of target spell or ability with a single target with the removal spells and so on and so forth seems really good. And you can also just get through for lethal, hopefully, with the last effect. So I really like the versatility on this card. This is going to be a middle of the mid, or upper mid for me. I think this is a really good card. I'm willing to be wrong, but like I think this is really good. So Vengeful Possession, 3 mana, gain control of target creature until end of turn. So it's a threaten. Untap it, gains haste until end of turn. And you get to rummage. Okay. I think this card is really good because of the sacrifice effects in this. You're going to need to have a lot of mana to do that and sacrifice to sometimes, right? With the exception of this Diversion Specialist and there's like and this Popular Egotist, which are pretty cheap to do it in addition. But there are definitely going to be decks, even though this is uncommon though, I think there are definitely going to be decks that do rely on those tricks. You can also just win games as well. Yeah, the 1 mana Bone Splinters rather, that exiles. You can also use that with this. So this seems like this is going to be pretty strong in this format. I'm going to go with middle of the mid, but again, if you already start to have this any of the like any sort of preponderance of sacrifice effects, you're gonna take this super highly, like super highly. Sort of at the same rate you're gonna pick the threaten effect in AFR, where you have the sepulcher ghouls and all the others. Vicious Clown, 3 mana. Oh, there it is. Okay. 3 mana, 2/3. Whenever another creature controlled power 2 or less enters, it becomes a 4/3. Okay, that's fine. I think it's a upper end of low. It's still perfectly, viable. It's just not exciting. Violent Urge, 1 mana, +1/+1 gains first strike, and then also double strike instead double strike with Delirium. I've never been a huge fan of the +1/+1 first strike tricks. I don't think they're very good. They're fine, but like we've seen this effect at common and it just not be that worth running for the most part. The Delirium is definitely more interesting than double strike. It matters how easily it is to get Delirium, and might be, with survival creatures, yeah, it might be worth it, but again, it's an interesting one. I'm not sure how to value this yet. I need to see the format play out in order to figure that one out. I'm sorry. I think this one's gonna be somewhere in the I want to put it on the lower mid at max. But the fact that it's uncommon suggests that the playtesters may have valued it a little bit more highly. So we'll see. We'll see. It might end up being a lot higher than that. Altanak, the thrice called. 7 mana, 9/9. Because reasons. With trample. When it becomes a target of spell or ability an opponent controls, draw a card. So at least it replaces itself for that 7 mana. You can discard it to return target land card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. It has to be in the graveyard already. Interesting. So you have to sort of, well, with the Dread manifest stuffs. Eat your heart out, Colossal Dreadmont. Colossal Dreadmont was only 6 mana. 7 mana is very different from 6 mana. And you can only have one of these. Colossal Dreadmaws, you could have a whole flock. Okay. So, the manifest stuff where you discard a land card, that could be something you could bring back. Looks like Oi is saying there's a Evolving Wilds type, Terramorphic Expanse type thing. So you could discard I think the best thing about this is you discard it into the recursion. So the 5 mana recursion spells might be the biggest thing about this. So basically on like turn 5, you can get a 7 mana 9/9 trample into play after having returned a land. So I think this is actually going to be one of the bigger threats in this set, with the recursion that we've seen in it, because it can so easily get itself into the graveyard. Beetlejuice! Yeah. So I'm going to say, I'm going to say this is an upper mid pick. You don't want, like, too many of them. But I'm going to say this is an upper mid pick. Anthropede, 4 mana, 3/4 reach. Okay. Stops the flyers. Oh, destroy target room. That's going to be good. I think this is a lower mid pick. Because we have seen cheap flyers. And this, right? Destroying a room and adding to your graveyard for Delirium seems pretty sweet. I like this card. I actually think this is a lower end of mid pick. I think based on what I've seen, this is pretty decent. I'm willing to be wrong. It might just be an upper end of low pick, but I think it for me, it graduates a little bit. Hey, Sergeant Salt! Super pretty first looks at the new set. No, I haven't heard of it. I haven't heard of it. Sorry. Bashful Beastie is a 5 mana, 5/4. When it dies, manifest dread. Okay, so effectively it's a 5 mana, but for 7/6, 7/6 and across 2 bodies. Not bad. Not like exciting. I think it's an upper end of low. But there we are. Break down the door. 3 mana, instant. Choose 1. Exile artifact, exile enchantment, manifest dread. Yeah, love it. The versatility on that is really important. This looks like Shining to me. Here's Johnny. Yep. What's with the headphones? Lots of people are wearing headphones. It's weird. Anyway, this is a good card because it's removal in this, because a lot of the enchantments are creatures. A lot of the artifacts are creatures. And you can just manifest red when nothing else is happening. So I like this card. I think this is a mid pick to upper mid. Yeah. Probably can graduate to upper mid just because this is, yeah, thanks. You can definitely send it in the Discord. Here's the Discord. Cathartic Parting. Oh no! Wait, Tamio died in, didn't Tamio die in Kamigawa Neon Genesis with, like, didn't the Praetors kill her? Like, she got Phyresis and then she died? But, like, and that's Nashi, right? Her soul is in the scrolls. Her memories got ripped. Just, God damn it! I liked her best as a planeswalker. I'm sorry. I liked her best as a planeswalker. Fruit flies everywhere. Fruit flies like a banana. All right. That's freaking sad. I am annoyed. Oh, man. Well, this is just sad. The owner of target artifact or enchantment opponent controls. Wait, what? Oh. So you can put an enchantment or artifact shuffled in. They can shuffle one of their artifacts or enchantments into their library and then get 4 cards from your graveyard into your library. So if you're worried about milling out, and also artifact or enchantment removal. With my luck, they will just redraw it, but that's there. So I think this is a fine card as an artifact and enchantment removal, effective. So I think I would give this a mid. Seems good. Cautious Survivor. 4 for a 4/4. That's good ROI. At the beginning of your second main phase, if it's tapped, you gain 2 life. Nice. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go upper low for that. That's pretty decent. It's a lot better than some of the upper lows that we've had. Like, I think it's better than this by a lot. Why are these flies everywhere? Why do they like my face? What did my face do to them? I don't like my face. Anyway. Coordinated clobbering. Tap 1 or 2 target untapped creatures you control. They each deal damage equal to their power to target. This is great. It's sorcery speed, which kind of sucks, but it does cost only 1. No, I like use Dove Unscented, like Dove like the hypersensitive one, and then like the bar soap, and then well, my conditioner is fruited scented. That's true. Coordinated clobbering seems good. It is not instant. We've had the instant speed effect that does this, but it's 3 mana usually. This seems fine because it enables survival, and then you can hit something away, like to stop them from coming back in and get the survival triggers there. I think this is going to be an upper mid for green. Seems decent. Cryptid Inspector, 3 mana, 2/3 vigilance. Whenever a face down permanent you control enters, put a +1, or another permanent is turn face up, put a +1. So okay, so you get the manifest stuff. Okay. I think that's an upper end of low. Could end up being a lower end of mid, but I think it's an upper end of low. Defiant Survivor, 3 mana, 3/2. At the beginning of your second main phase, manifest. Oh, wow. Okay. That's really good. I'm gonna go upper end of mid with that. I can see this. So if you're building around like Defiant Survivors and you have multiple of them, I can definitely see running the Cathartic Parting just to worry, like, because you're worried about milling out. Fear of it, but like it probably will die at some point, and you're not going to get that many Manifest Dreads off of it. But this is 3 mana for like 5/4 worth of stats, so that's not so bad. Even if it dies on the after you get just one. So yeah. Anyway, Fear of Exposure, 3 mana, 5. What? Excuse me. Oh. Okay, so it's a 5 mana 5/4 with trample, or it's a 3 mana 5/4 with trample if you have 2 untapped creatures to tap. So this reminds me, it has trample and it's a 5/4 rather than a 4/4, but it reminds me of the 3 mana dude from Brothers War, the white card that was a soldier. So yeah, and there's 3 mana reanimate. We've seen multiples of that in white. No, there was synergy because there was definitely synergy because it had a lot of soldier tokens. I forget what it was called, but it was a common and it was a 4/4 and 2 and a white. And then you could do the same thing like this. It was also artifacts too, I think. But this one seems good with the reanimation effects. It also just seems like a decent statted card anyway at 5/4 trample. And potentially you can tap 2 survival creatures to get a lot of value. It's also an enchantment creature, which seems sweet. I think this is a upper end of mid, but it could be mid. I'm not absolutely sure how this is gonna play out. But I think it's might be an upper end of mid. I think it's just a decent card all around. Flesh Borrower, 2 mana, 2/2 Death Touch. Okay, that's already fine. Whenever it attacks another target creature you control, gains Death Touch until end of turn. Okay, that can make it hard to block survivor type creatures, or not so great. This is nice. Okay. Okay, Frantic. So this is an upper end of low. I think here, but it could end up going up higher just because you really do want to block all the survivors and you want to make sure that they die. So this could actually end up going up higher. Frantic Strength, 3 mana, 2/2/2 and trample flash. That's going to end some games. Seems pretty decent. As a combat trick, I think upper end of low. Grasping Longneck, that is beyond creepy. That is actually, wow. Okay. 3 mana, 4/2 reach. When it dies, you gain 2 life. It's also an enchantment. Seems fine. Upper end of low. Greenhouse, 3 mana. Wow, that's amazing artwork. There's also eyeballs on those plants. Yikes. Lands you control have add 1 of mana of any color. Okay, so that's good for a splash. When you unlock this door, mill 4 cards and return up to 2 permanent cards from among them to your hand. Okay, fills up for Delirium, but also you get to card select from those, and then, but it has to be 2 permanent cards from among them. So, okay, so if you mill, like, all spells, that's gonna be sad. But a land and a creature would work. Seems okay, especially for splashing. I think this is probably better and constructed, on, like, an EDH deck than in this, but maybe not. I mean, it is a room, and rooms tend to be pretty valuable here just for all of their various things. I just don't think it's that exciting a room currently. I think I would put it in a Delirium based deck, absolutely. Because even at 4 mana, if you have the ground locked up a little bit, and you can do this, I think you could almost instantly get value at the very least, like enable Delirium or just get 2 cards. Probably. But I think I would give it a upper end of low. I think it's not that great. Unless you really need the splash, and you're in Delirium based deck, in which I think it gets to the low end of mid. Horrid Vigor, 2 mana, gains Death Touch and Indestructible until end of turn. Wow, okay, that's good for the Survivor stuff. It's a good combat trick. I like this card. I think it's it's upper end of low. Could end up being lower end of mid in this set. House, but I think upper end of low. House Cartographer, 2 mana, 2/2. At the beginning of your second main phase, if it's tapped, reveal cards from the top of your library to reveal a land card. Put that card into your hand and the rest on the bottom. Yeah, I like it. This one is a mid to upper mid pick. Depending on how, like the combat tricks and things, I think this, yeah, it's very good. Insidious Fungus. This is another Last of Us reference. One mana, 1/2, sacrifice it to choose. Whoa. Destroy target artifact, destroy target enchantment, draw a card, then you can put a land card. Oh, wow. This is great. I'm gonna go with upper end of mid for this. This thing's fantastic. Manifest Dread, 2 mana, and then Manifest Dread. Wait. Is there another card that literally just is the, like, as the mechanic is introduced, like literally in the set that the mechanic is introduced, is there another card that literally has the mechanic as the title? Does anybody know? I can't think of one. I think I should ask that of like the yeah. So literal mechanic, right? Manifest Dread, right? This mechanic is the title, right? Is there any other card where whatever the mechanic is, that mechanic is the title? That's it feels weird. Oh, I know you were making a joke. No, I was clarifying because I don't think I said it very clearly previously. But like, I can't think of one. Can anybody else think of one? Like, I can think of cards where their name is the set name, like Aether Revolt, right? Lifelink. But Lifelink's original wording was different. Lifelink's original wording was different. So I think its original wording, like, unless I'm thinking of Spirit Link or something like that. Yeah, because the original wording of Lifelink was whenever this creature deals combat damage, you gain that much life. Was this after? Because, like, so. Because this was originally printed in, like, 6th edition here. M10 was the first lifelink printing. This is M12. Was it printed in M10? It was printed in M10. Was there something for, so because this was a rewording of a previous ability that they didn't like, that they weren't able to so they reworded it because it was causing issues. But they couldn't get rid of the old version. It was fun. But yeah, interesting. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Lifelink. Okay. All right, so here's Moldering Gym and Weight Room. When you unlock this door, search your library for a basic land card, put it on the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. When you unlock this door, manifest dread, then put 3+1. Okay, all right. All right, I like this one, okay, because it can search for a basic land card. It can be fixing, can be ramp. 3 is a little bit different from, obviously, it's not, it costs a little bit more because of the added advantage of the other door over rampant growth than the other stuffs. Cool. Okay. Wait, give me 1 second. I have to contact my student. Sorry. Erp. Okay, so sorry about that. So yeah, it's not rampant growth. It costs 1 more. Seems okay because you get the extra benefit of the other side. I kind of like it. I think it's an upper end of low, but it could end up being lower end of mid. Persist is close, right? Yeah. Okay, so monstrous emergence. Yeah, fear sort of counts. I like fear as a response. That's like the first time. So it was introduced, and then yeah, I think fear counts. I think lifelink probably counts, and fear probably counts. I have to go look up the lifelink though stuff again, but yeah, because technically we had lifelink before that. It just was templated differently with the whenever a creature deals damage, you gain that life, which would mean it was a trigger that happened after damage was dealt, and so you could die prior to. But yeah. Monstrous Emergence, 2 mana. As an additional cost to cast the spell, choose a creature you control or reveal a creature card from your hand. Deals damage equal to the power of the creature you chose or the card you revealed to target creature. I like it. It's a sorcery speed, so it's not. I think Rabid Bite was something was instant. So yeah, Spirit Link is a triggered ability, so it stacks with Lifelink. Yeah. Armadillo Cloak was one of the big ones, right? So whenever enchanted creature deals damage, you gain that much life, which means that you could stack that with lifelink, and you could have it with lifelink. You could have 2 instances of this. You could have blah blah blah, right? Yeah, Golos, that's what we're discussing. We're so far discussing Fear and Lifelink as cards. But what I was asking is, are there any cards that, in the same set in which the mechanic is introduced, have the name of that mechanic exactly as their title? But yeah, they're interesting. So this is really sweet. Choose a creature you control or reveal a creature card from your hand. You're not targeting, so the choice is made, which was interesting. Yes, this one here. So yeah, this is a really good card. I think this is a mid to upper mid in green. I think it's really good. Because you don't actually have to have a creature in play to punch the thing. You can just have it in your hand, which is pretty sweet. So I really like this card. I think this is great. Even though it's sorcery speed, again, they can't punish you for that. So that's good. Overgrown Zealot, 2 mana 0/4, add 1 mana of any color, add 2 mana of any color, only to turn permanents face up. This is still a really good 2-drop mana dork because it has a butt. I like this. This is an upper end of mid pick for me. This is a really good card. Patchwork Beastie. That is creepy and I love it. It's also cute. 1 mana 3/3. Can't attack or block unless there are 4 more cards types. Okay, so Delirium. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may mill a card. So you can fill it up, in theory, pretty fast. I don't know how to value this one yet. I really need to see what synergies it has. It's a may mill a card too, so notably that's really important. You can choose not to if you're really worried about that. I don't know how to value this one yet. I'm going to go with lower end of mid, but it does enable Delirium definitely, but I'm going to go with lower end of mid as opposed to that. Yeah, it seems sweet. I think it's definitely going to be in a dedicated Delirium deck. Rootwise Survivor. 5 mana 3/4 haste. Okay. Can't go below 3 with green. Below 4 with green, sorry. Survival. At the beginning of your second main phase, put 3+1/+1 counters on up to 1 target land. That becomes block. That can get gross. Okay. Gains haste until your next turn. This is gonna be mid, I think, as opposed to high mid. It's still good, it's just not as good as some of the stuff we've seen. Say its name, 2 mana, mill 3 cards, then you may return a creature or land card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, Delirium Enabler. Exile this card and 2 other cards named say its name from your graveyard. Search your graveyard hand or library for a card called Altanak, the Thrice Called, and put it onto the battlefield. That would be this up here. So, that's not bad if you can get multiples of those and the Altanak. If you search this way, shuffle, activate only as a source. It's going to be one of my goals to do this. Absolutely. This will be one of my goals. I think this card is pretty good anyway because you get to return a creature or land card from your graveyard to hand, enable Delirium, and start getting further ahead on the board. Seems pretty good. I think that the Delirium deck uses it best, but I don't think it's bad either way. And this is still making the Cathartic Parting go up in my estimation. This might actually be an upper end of mid / lower end of high. Okay. Okay. Student says yes. Good. Okay. Yeah, this seems pretty sweet. Yeah, you may return. You can leave stuff in if you want. That Graveyard Hate card in the 1 mana white card might be really good in this. I think it's going up to like lower end of high pick for me. Here's the Forest Cycler. Nice. Again, same as the other cyclers we talked about. Spineseeker Centipede, 3 mana, 2/1. Enter, search your library for basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand. So it can make it's at 3 mana, which makes some cards, some hands more keepable. Has +1/+2 in vigilance as long as there are 4 more card types. I think this is going to be upper end of low. It could make it to lower end of mid just because you might really want to hit your land drops, but It's 3 mana to do so for a 2/1. I'm not, and I know the Delirium, but like, it's okay. Threats around every corner, 4 mana. So Manifest Dread. Whenever a face down permanent you control enters, search your library for basic land card. Yeah. Okay. So you get a 2/2, but also you get to search your library for a basic land card and put it onto play tapped. I like this card. I think this is really good. I think this is going to be an upper end of mid to mid end of mid. I think I'm going to err toward the upper end of mid just because remember that opponent's going to have you Manifest Dread as well. And getting to pull lands out of your library and ramp yourself when that happens is really nice. I like this. So, Under the Skin, 3 mana, Manifest Dread. You can return a permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. Nice. Good card. You can play it early if you need to. You can play it later to actually get a permanent card. If you're milling cards, you're almost always going to get a permanent card. So these two go very, very well together. I think this is probably mid to upper mid. I want to say upper mid. I really want to say upper mid for this. This is a good card. Yeah, I want to say upper mid for that. Mid. It's so close. It's on the cusp of both. Okay, Wary Watchdog. 3/1 for 2. Enters or dies. Surveil 1. Seems good. It's a good way to block early aggression. It trades up if it needs to. It's also a fine thing to do to execute early aggression. But the Surveil 1 is really, really nice to make, again, hands keepable that wouldn't be otherwise, and to just fill up the graveyard for Delirium and so on and so forth. So I like that. Wickerfolk Thresher. 4 mana for a 5/4. Decent stats already. If you have Delirium, you get to look at the top card of your library, land card onto the battlefield, or just draw it if it's not a land card. Okay, good card. I'm going to go with upper end of mid. I like this card just for the stats already. If you happen to get to Delirium, awesome. That's extra good. It is an artifact, and there is a lot of artifact and enchantment removal in terms of the fungus and the stuff that we saw in all sorts of the Cathartic Parting, the Break Down the Door, and there's like other stuffs too. So, but I think that the stats make up for that. So, it just has to be answered pretty quickly at 4. Gremlin Tamer. 2 mana. Whenever an enchantment you control enters in a random unit block, create a 1/1 red. Okay. That can go wide pretty fast. Dang. Seems good. I have a feeling that all the signposts are going to be good now that I'm looking at them. I'm pretty sure they're all going to be, depending on whether you're already in those colors, they're all going to be mid to upper mid picks. I think the strongest of them could probably hit, if this is similar to other sets, it could probably hit a low end of high, based on whether how good they are on their own as opposed to what they enable. I think let's look at all of them really quickly if we can. Yeah, I think we can. Okay. So Gremlin Tamer, we're making, so for enchantments, we're going wide. This is making enchantments cheaper, and room costs to unlock cheaper. Fear of Infinity, flying lifelink 2/2 can't block. You can return it from your graveyard to your hand. That's pretty crazy. Skull Snap, 1/4 flyer, Surveil 1, okay. Disturbing Mirth, sacrifice another enchantment or creature if you do draw 2 cards. When you sacrifice this, Manifest Dread. So this gets better in multiples, so that you could sacrifice a Disturbing Mirth to another Disturbing Mirth. But it also is good in the sacrifice Rakdos deck that we've seen that sacrificed the enchantment. Yeah, little disturbing. I give you that. Mercifully, it's in the title, so we were warned. But Ew. So I don't like this one. I don't think this one's as strong as like the Gremlin Tamer or the Inquisitive, or I don't think this is as strong as any of the ones we've had so far. It's good, and it does what it needs to do in that deck, but like on its face, I don't think it's as good as the others, just like on their faces. Sawblade, Skin Ripper, 3 mana, 3/2 Menace. To sacrifice another creature enchantment, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Okay, at the beginning of your end step, if you sacrifice one or more permanents this turn, deals that much damage to any target. So, okay, so if you sacrifice one, it's going to do 1 to any target. If you sacrifice 2, okay, got it. Obviously, the things that they're going to go well together. Overall, they're going to enable each other. It's nice. With the exception of these two, this isn't enabling that. They're not really related. They just value enchantments. This one's related in that it makes the enchantments easier to cast, which means you're going to get more 1/1 red goblins. This one can sacrifice this, which is where you get the value. The most value out of this. Beastie Beatdown. Target creature you control and target creature an opponent controls. If there are 4 more cards, put 2 counters on the creature you control. But otherwise punch. Seems really good. Wildfire Wickerfolk, 3/2 haste for Gruul. Delirium plus, okay, +1/+1 and tramples is a 4/3 as long as you have Delirium. It's a fine card. I like this. And this one's not as strong, but still fine. But again, against green and red, you have to make sure that for green, you have to be at least above 3, and for red you have to be above 4. You have to make sure you keep your life total above that, or you have to plan around the hasty bits. Baseball bat. Attach a target creature you control, so free equip first, +1/+1 whenever it attacks. Tap up to 1 target creature. That can enable this. Okay, survival stuff. I like it. Very thematic. But it can also just enable getting through for damage. So pretty sweet. Shrewd Storyteller, 3 mana, 3/3 at beginning of your second phase. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature if it's tapped. Okay, good to know. I like the baseball bat better than that. I like the beatdown better than the Wickerfolk. I like the Skin Ripper better than the Mirth. I like the Fear better than the Nuisance. I like the Gremlin Tamer better than the Glimmer currently. That could change. Rite of the Moth. 4 mana. Turn target creature card from your grave. Okay, another recursion spell. And with flashback. Hells yeah. Jesus. Okay. So, what is the Unburial Rites? What are they? Like the 4 mana and then, or 5 mana to unearth and then 4 mana to flashback. Unburial Rites, I think it was. This has just a finality counter, so it can't go back to the graveyard, but you can then flashback for 6. I like this card in this format. That's pretty darn good. Shroud Stomper, 7 mana, 5/5, Death Touch. Each opponent loses 2 life. You gain 2 and draw a card. That's a lot of mana for that effect. Oh, it's when it enters or attacks. Jesus, never mind. That's good. But it is 7 mana. Yeah, I see ETB and attack. I got it. I got it now. Yeah. It took me a second. But that's still a lot of mana for that effect. Seems Reanimation. Yeah, I think you want to write this definitely, so this enables that. You gotta figure out how to get this in the graveyard first. It's gonna be interesting. Okay. Soul Rager, 2 mana, 2/2 Vigilance. Sacrifice a room. It deals 2 damage to each opponent. Draw a card. Interesting. Okay. I don't think I like that one that much. Unless they're targeting the room for removal already. It's just a 2/2 Vigilance, which I don't really think is great. I think the rooms are so valuable, usually. Unless they're like a room that has no business still being, like, doesn't have any more effects once you unlocked that door, right? If you unlock both doors and it's got nothing doing after that, then sure, this is probably fine, but I don't like it currently. Beginning of your main phase, add this. Spend this room to cast room spells and unlock doors. Okay. When you unlock this door, create an X blue, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so this is just going to be sitting on the battlefield doing nothing afterwards. Except being an enchantment if you have enchantment-based synergies, like things that care about the number of enchantments that are in play. So this is something this old Rager could sacrifice, but most of the stuff I've found, you don't actually want to sacrifice it. You want it to, you know, have the effects still going. Interesting. Okay. This seems fine, but really you have to be doors based. These are the weakest so far that I'm seeing. I'm hoping that I'm wrong, but like I'm not impressed with this. Not compared to any of these other pairings. All right, Brood Spinner. Oh god. The spider has like gigantic human eyeballs. And 3 of them and 1 in a place they're... yeah, okay, anyway. That's gross. Okay, 2 mana, 2/3 reach. When it enters Surveil 2, you can pay 6 and sacrifice to create a number of 1/1 black and green insect creature tokens with flying, usually number of card types among cards in your graveyard. So, probably 4 or so. Not too bad. Yeah, it's very derp for a creepy spider. I think the 2 mana 2/3 reach Surveil 2 is nice already. So that's still just a fine ROI. It's fine. Drag to the Roots, 4 mana, destroy target non-land permanent, 2 less to cast with Delirium. Yeah, this is a good card. This is a good card anyway. It's just a really strong card. Okay. Arabella. I assume this is also Annabelle. Whenever it attacks, it deals X damage to each opponent. You get an X life, where X is the number of creatures you control with power 2 or less. Okay, I see that synergy, the 2 or less synergy in the Boros. You're trying to go wide, I guess. This could be really painful with the Gremlins. Like, I think I could see a Jeskai deck happening with this Gremlin Tamer and the Arabella. That would be pretty sweet with a bunch of enchantments. Okay. This would want to be more of a finisher, I think. Like, either you get it on 2 or you use it as a finisher. I feel like. Because it doesn't attack well. Or survive attacking well, currently. But the Midnight Mayhem really enables that. That's really nice. 3/1/1 red gremlin things. Gremlins you control gain. Menace, lifelink, and haste until end of turn. Okay. That's fine. Okay, alright. I mean, if you can play this into this, it's pretty sweet. Yeah, Raggedy Ann makes it unblockable, definitely. There's a few things that make it, there's a few things in red and white that will make it indestructible or unblockable, etc. So there are things to do. You gotta have a lot go right with that, as opposed to this, which is just really, like, a bunch of these that are just really good statted cards already and don't need anything else to go right necessarily. Like, I feel like Fear of Infinity, because it has the lifelink, it doesn't matter that it can't block as much. This, like, you can keep getting it back is pretty sick. Like, I think this card is just great on its own. And not a lot has to go right for it, as opposed to this, you kind of have to have a few things go right for it to really get any to do really crazy things. So that's just how I'm valuing these. So Growing Dreads, 2 mana flash. When it enters, manifest dread. Okay, sure. Whenever you turn it from... okay, all right. I like that card. I think that one's really good. Oblivious Bookworm, 2 mana, 2/3. At the beginning of your end step, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card unless a permanent entered face down under your... okay. So you can loot every turn at the end step. Or you can just draw if you manifested something. or turn to manifest creature face up. I like it. I like those two. Those are good. Haunted Screen, there's Poltergeist. 3 mana. What? Wow. That's really good. 3 mana 3 mana artifact that give you 2 colors, fine, right? But you can also pay 1 to make it give you the 5 colors. Normally the 3 give you all 5 colors no matter what, just add 1 mana of any color. I see why they made you pay a life for these. A, it's thematic, and B, this additional like value later on where you can make it into a creature and attack is pretty neat. I like this card. I think it makes splashing easier. I think it also has late game value, or empty board value, late game. So that's really sweet. I think this is I still think this is a mid to low mid pick, but it's nice to have something to do with the mana, overall. Okay. And to get value out of this card later as an attacker, or blocker. Attack in the box. Oh god. 3 mana for a 2/4. Whenever it attacks, you can have it get +4/+0 until the end of turn if you do sacrifice at the beginning of the next end step. Okay, so you could order this. You could make target creature with power 2 or less unblockable, and then you could add the +4 to do 6 damage instead for the final points of damage. It's not bad. And you could sacrifice it and get value out of sacrificing in the sack deck too. It also is a 3 mana creature, so you can get it, and two power, so you can get it back with a lot of the recursion effects that are the smaller versions. So I like this card. I think this is a middle of the mid pick. It's pretty sweet. Bear Trap, 1 mana flash, 3 taps, deals 3 damage to target creature. It's another sacrifice effect. It's decent removal if you don't have other removal overall. So I think it's an upper end of low to lower end of mid pick, depending on how much you're hurting for removal, whether you're in the sack deck or not, and whether you need an artifact in the graveyard for delirium if you don't have a lot of artifacts. So yeah, that's going to go up or down in priority based on all of those factors. Okay. Conductive Machete. Okay, 4 mana. When it enters Manifest Dread, then attach it. Okay, gets +2/+1. So you get a 4/3 for 4. And then you can also re-equip for quite pricey, but still +2/+1 is not nothing in limited. I'm gonna go with low end of mid, but I could be misvaluing that card. Found Footage, 1 mana. You may look at face down creatures your opponents control at any time, sacrifice it, surveil 2, then draw a card. Okay, it's another way to put an artifact in the graveyard if you really need it for delirium. It can make the face down creatures that opponents control a little bit less terrifying to block and attack into. I think it's going to be an upper end of low, but there's always, room for movement on that evaluation. Friendly Teddy, 2 mana 2/2. When it dies, each player draws a card. I don't know if I want that one. I don't like each player drawing a card. I'm sure there's uses for it, especially if you don't have another 2-drop, but Glimmerlight. When it enters, create a 1/1 white glimmer enchantment creature token. So you can do the glimmer synergies that we saw in white. 2 equip creature gets +1/+1. So it's a so you pay, if you pay 3, you get a 2/2, but it's a glimmer, and then you get 1 to re-equip, which is not too bad. I think this is fine. I think it's a upper end of low pick. It depends on how much glimmer synergy you need. It'll go higher if it needs that. Might be Yeah, I think that's right. Keys to the house, 1 mana, 1, search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it in your... This is a way to fix your mana. Nice. At 3, sacrifice keys to the house. Lock or unlock a door of target room you control. Activate only as a sorcery. So it's a cheap way to get the other side of, like, the more expensive room unlocked. Door of a room unlocked. So it's good if you don't need a land too. It can do the other stuff. And also puts an artifact in your graveyard for delirium. I like this card. I think this is a mid pick. Could get upper mid if you need to, if you're running 3 colors and need to splash, or if you just need to make hands keepable that wouldn't be otherwise. I think it has a lot of versatility there. I don't think it's a 1-for-1 replacement for a land. But I think it might be like a half a land equivalent. So seems okay. All right. Yeah, you maybe like, I don't know, like not necessarily go for rooms. Like you're going to go for rooms anyway, because a lot of them are quite powerful and they're already enchantments that have, there's so many enchantment synergies already, but yeah, it just seems decent overall. Okay. Malevolent Chandelier, 6 mana, 4/4 flyer, 2, put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library, activate only as a sorcery. This is something that I can see actually having some value. There's a lot of artifact destruction that we've seen, which is really annoying to pay a 6 mana artifact for that, to play into that. But the idea here is that you don't mill out to your own delirium and you stop opponent's delirium. So I can see this as actually being playable despite it being pretty poor stats overall. So I think it's an upper low pick. I think it's absolutely playable. It's just, you're not going to want any more than 1 really. And it has a function. It's just not great. Saw. Okay. Wonder what that's referencing. 2 mana plus 2/2. Equip 2. Whenever a equipped creature attacks, you may sacrifice a permanent other than that creature, or saw if you do draw a card. That's a good card. That's a mid pick to upper mid pick. I like that card. It's very good here, especially in the sacrifice deck. Then it goes up to like, I think that in the sacrifice deck it probably goes to lower end of high, especially if you're in red with the threaten effect. So it's really, really good. Manifest Dread has self-mill out potential, digging 2 cards each manifest. Yes, yeah, no, that's true. Great with threaten effect. Oh, you're talking about, yes, yeah. Is that it? Okay, wait. So lands. Enters tapped unless the player has 13 or less life. Okay, so you're just paying, mostly it's going to be tapped, but they're double lands, so we're not caring about that in limited. And a Terramorphic Expanse that can help fill up the graveyard with lands. This is going to be very, very important for the Delirium decks. You're actually going to really want to pick this. Even if you're not in 3 colors, you're going to want Terramorphic Expanses to fill up the graveyard with lands in Delirium decks. Okay. God, some of those land arts are stunning. So going back really briefly to these signposts, I think my favorites are the Tamer, the Fear, this Ripper, the Beatdown, the Baseball Bat, and the Right, and the Drag to the Roots, and I like the Oblivious Bookworm. I think the Boros can do crazy good things. It really needs a little bit more to go right, in my opinion, because it's making you prioritize power 2 or less, which is just not that powerful overall. So you're going to have to find other ways to get through and make things work. So yeah. Just to sort of recap these. I do, of the other cards, Glimmer's fine, Nuisance is pretty good, Wickerfolk's fine, Shrewd Storyteller can be pretty good, Shroud Stomper is really great, only in the Reanimate deck, I think. It's fine otherwise, but just not as good. Don't like these. I'm hoping somebody's gonna break them. I think if like all the blue red is just open, then maybe you get a crazy deck, but I don't really like I don't really like that mechanic that I'm seeing so far. They just don't seem to give you a lot for what you pay. Brood Sprinter's pretty fine. Growing Dread's really good too. So yeah. Okay, sweet. Oh my god. Now I get to go teach, and then I'll come back and we can play drafts after I teach. If I'm not exhausted. If I'm exhausted, I'll come back and I'll start streaming tomorrow before the early access stream, and we can go through the rares and the mythics. Basically what here tonight I'm teaching media studies and college application essays. It's easy to say what I don't. So I specialize in English and writing and test prep. I don't, but I teach a lot of different things. So I don't teach biochem or phys high school and above, and I don't teach most of trig except what's on the ACT and SAT, anything above that in math. You're so welcome. Thank you so much for being here and listening to my rants about like geeky shit and about Twilight and not liking it. And again, I'm so sorry if you love it and I made you feel bad. I don't want to make you feel bad for liking it. Everybody can like things that even I find like that anybody finds problematic or that are problematic. There's no finding enjoyment in things is cool. We'll just put it that way. Taught at a community college and eventually taught almost everything. Yeah. So like I have 88-year-olds learning to use tablets. I have, young students learning to sort of to write and read and think critically and so on and so forth. So I have, high school students doing APs. I have college students doing psychology and philosophy and history and so on and so forth. So it's just a lot. There's a lot of different stuff, but it keeps me on my toes. It's fun. So, all right. Right now we have like a secondary med school student still too. So the applications, it's pretty cool. I wish they'd send out their stupid, interview requests. It would be so nice to hear from them. But yeah. All right. Anyway. So let's go raid somebody awesome, and hopefully I'll come back and we can do the review, but otherwise I'll go to sleep and then we'll do the review in the morning before the actual thing starts. I'm going to try, so the actual early access streamer event starts at 1 p.m. Eastern, which is 10 a.m. Pacific. And so a lot of other streamers will start right on time. I probably will also start right on time or beforehand if I get to sleep earlier tonight. And we'll do like either the rares and mythics tonight or tomorrow. I tend to try to go as long as I possibly can stay awake. So the first time it was 17.5 hours. I think the next time was only 15 hours. Hopefully it won't go down, but like, I don't know how long I can go this time. We'll see. I plan on drinking lots of tea. So for our caffeine. But yes, let's go raid somebody awesome. If you have a person you would like to raid, let me know. We do take recommendations here. Looks like Ali Eldrazi's online. Scotty Nada's online doing drafts. Corda Calls is doing a limited set review. Doing rare and mythics, actually. Ash Lizzle? Sure. I love Ash. She wants to collaborate on something, and I don't even know anything about Constructed, so she's going to teach me at some point. It's going to be great. She's such a sweetheart. I met her in person at Vegas, the con. No, Chicago con, actually. Yeah, it was Chicago. It was really, really fun. So, I hope you have the most wonderful morning, noon, night, afternoon, tea, second breakfast, whatever time it is for you. I can't wait to see you again soon. Hopefully tonight, but I might have just lost my voice having done the uncommons and commons and then having to teach as well. So I don't know that I'll be back tonight. I do apologize if I'm not. But if I'm not back tonight, I will be back early tomorrow morning so that we can do the rares and mythics before we actually start the thing. So yes, anyway, I love you all. I hope you have the most wonderful time, and check out the sponsors if you get a chance. Magic Jank and Fractal, super amazing. They're really kind at supporting the stream, and they offer amazing services, or I wouldn't promote them. So yes. I love you all. Thank you again so much for making the charity drive for American Cancer Society so very successful. I was blown away and in awe of you, all of you. Not just the ones who donated, the ones who also came and watched the stream and made it into an event. So thank you so much, and have such a wonderful time. All right, here we go. Rating now.